There we go. Alrighty. So let's see here. Flee from battle. It'll be okay. Cool, cool. What's in the interface? Active. Okay. There's like active and wait. What's that mean? I guess we're gonna do active and hope that's not anything weird. Yeah, we're just Leafy. There we go. Yeah, we're Leafy. Woo! We're all Leafy on the inside. Here we go. Oh, look how pretty that is. That amazing seagull sound effect. That's beautiful, man. Fireworks. Man, they're shooting at. There's a shootout down there, man. They're popping caps in people's asses. Yeah. If I find that Sancho that she found, I pop a cap in Sancho and slap her down. Leafy. Leafy. Leafy, are you still sleeping? No. You need to cook. You need to cook me some food, you slacker. What is with that animation? Oh, I think the game is slightly lagging. Can I, like, turn this down? Like, holy shit, it's actually hurting my ears. Can you guys speak? Okay, I can hear you guys fine now. Okay. I figured out how to turn it down. I turned it down to 20. It's like super insanely loud for me. Mother. Come on, sleepyhead. It's time to get up. Dear me, I'd forgotten how beautiful Lean's bell sounds. You must have been so excited about the Millennial Fair that you couldn't sleep last night, could you? Well, when was the last time people got so excited they had a festival for us millennials? Oh wait, Chroma, you're a Zoomer, aren't you? Yes. Yeah, you're a Zoomer. You are a Zoomer. You got the zoomies. You got the zoomies. Wait, what? Yeah, that's Zoomer. Gen Z Zoomer. Late 1990s? That's weird. That doesn't sound right at all. It's like after 2000s, it's like Wikipedia. Wikipedia is not a reliable source. I don't know. Holy shit. You know, This game is lagging pretty bad. You know what? Alright. You know what? Here. Fuck it. We're just gonna switch over to just chatting because this is ridiculous. And just chatting has not failed me yet. I just realized that my transition just did not happen. It just switches. It's just been switching over. What's going on with my transition? That's so weird. I'll have to fix that. I have a lot of things that are just not working, chat. We're gonna come over here, switch over to just chatting because, and we're just gonna watch some YouTube videos. They're just bots. They're nothing special. Cursed shit with friends. Alrighty, chat. Come over here, go over to YouTube, throw my controller somewhere, and cry. I've had to like try like 3 different games that all just like were either too loud or laggy. It's crazy, man. Yo, we got a new like trailer for Bleach. That's pretty fire, actually. Yeah. If you guys thought, chat, if you thought you heard a toot, you are wrong. You did not hear a toot. You heard a... That's what you heard. Oh, you guys want to watch about weird deaths? Yeah, that's life. Life is a comedy. Or both. Here we go. Here we go, chat. Are you excited, chat? Oh, wait. Actually, I almost forgot, chat. Chat, I almost screwed up. I need to mute this. That is not it. There we go. Can you guys talk?
I can talk.
You can talk? Yeah, there we go. Alright, chat.
Alright, yeah.
You guys should be able to hear it now.
Deaths, and I'm reading through all of it so I can talk about the ones I find particularly giggle-worthy. In my last video on this topic, I discussed the antiquity era of the list, and for this video, I'm going to be tackling the Middle Ages. I'll meet you at my desk.
Whoa, what is with that with that quality?
The last time you were showing like all those steaks and the wagyu and
oh yeah, oh man.
that made me freaking hungry as hell.
Oh yeah, I love those videos. They make me so hungry, man.
Cut away.
There we go.
Cut away to me at the desk.
Oh, Necro's also
Editor, do your damn job and cut away
always
to me at my
streaming.
desk. Louis III was the king
Man, he
of
really
France
likes
back in the
streaming.
9th century.
Yeah, I do
He wasn't
too.
actually the king
It's
of France.
great.
He was the king of West Francia, which eventually became France. And if I can
I say
editorialize
sometimes
a
I
bit
like
here,
streaming.
something I never do, he was less
Streaming's
of a king
fun.
and more of a
I'm not a good
dumbass
streamer,
teenager.
man.
Louis III
I'm very
was only about 16 when he was crowned king. And
non-reactive.
why don't more people
I don't
stop
know,
to
you're
think
pretty
about how
reactive right
absurd
now.
it is that so many
Ah,
kings
yeah, I'm
were
reactive.
stupid inbred delinquents?
Maybe you just
Oh, yeah,
need
it's-
like,
it's-
maybe you just need like people just over there just like tickling your feet so that you're just like giggling at your like at all the videos. Little gnomes, little toe tickling gnomes. But be careful. Be careful. Some of those guys are a little weird, and they get a little out of hand, and they be like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna suck on them toes." It's like, whoa, bro, what the fuck?
Oh,
Gnome boy.
Just tickle time.
Tickle time.
Yeah. Just tickle time. No sucky suck.
No sucking times. Only tickles.
Exceptions every now and then, like Alexander the Great, but history is full of inexperienced ankle biters who in the modern era would be more likely to complain about the current show catalog of Disney Plus versus the frustrating conclusion that those motherfuckers to the north who keep invading just won't fuck off and die. Louis III died doing what every hormone-riddled phone junkie would have done without the internet's never-ending flow.
I just like fill the dead space with people just vibing, coming in here, throwing some giggles, some laughs, some ha-has.
The hee-hee.
The hee-hees, the ha-has, the wacky gnome shit.
The wacky adventures.
Wacky adventures. Hee-hee. Welcome to the meth lab.
Ree-hee-hee.
Ree-hee-hee.
I did one stream.
Oh, you know what? You know what? I got an idea for something we can do. Alrighty. You guys can help me.
We're looking into the Google Drive. Google Forms. Oh, it's a form. Oh, look at my reactions.
Go to forms.
Crazy. Oh, God. Yeah, no, I gotta hype myself up with caffeine or something.
Alrighty, guys. I need help working on a dating application.
I love the descriptions. Sit. Love it. Very good.
Were you doing it like a job application?
Needs to get. Oh.
What just happened? That was so weird.
It has a mind of its own. You're not allowed to change it.
What the fuck? Yeah. Okay.
It's really telling you no bitches. Yep. Yes.
There we go. How's that for a title?
That's a title and a half. That's like 2 titles.
That is equivalent to a light novel isekai manga.
That's a novella.
There we go. So obviously we need their socials.
What do they have? No.
Short answer, email. We want their social security number.
Oh yeah. maybe the 3 numbers in the back of their credit card and their also the front.
So let's do a multiple choice question here. Wait a minute. Multiple choice, yeah. So what should this question be? What I need questions for this.
You just write, is Leafy the best, and you only have
Is Leafy the
a single option
best?
or two. But it's like, or multiple options, but it's just the same wording.
For multiple options? And it's just the one question. Actually, you know what? That's the only option.
That's the only option.
That's the only option. What positions are you interested in? I'm just gonna leave that in. And just
Position
be like,
wife 1, wife 2.
top.
And wife... Oh, damn. Oh, true.
Bottom. Switch. Cashier.
Perfect.
Perfect. Add. What would our song be? Would our song be? Why is it like this? Alrighty. Long answer. We need to give them scenarios, guys. What kind of scenario do we need to give them?
If they were to die, or you were to die, who would they choose, you know? One of those situations. I don't know how to... I can't word right now. I'm out of brain cells.
If I were to die, would you sacrifice your mother in a demonic ritual to bring me back to life? How's that? I think that would be not
Perfect.
a paragraph, but a short answer.
I think that's a short answer.
Yeah.
Don't let them write anymore.
Let's see it. This one will be a paragraph. We'll figure this one out.
Write a fanfic.
Write a fanfic. Write a fanfic, nerd. Make it juicy like... Juicy like what? Guga Foods thighs. There we go. I am objectifying Guga Foods. What has my life come to? You know what? I do need like add another option. Yes. No. Are you willing to come on stream to be in tarot? I mean, interview by the judges. Alrighty. How big are you? Big. Small. Height or length? Or tata? I am talking about on Twitch for clout. Oh. Alrighty. Trying to think here. What is your brand? And I'll give that one a paragraph. I want a couple paragraphs. I want some creative writing going on here. Why would we be perfect together? Like, maybe if I spell perfect correctly. What's two characters that are like inseparable?
Romeo and Juliet?
Nah, that one there is like pretty crappy because they barely knew each other. They barely knew each other. Like, Romeo was like going through girls like every other like week. And then, like, he just decides, I'm gonna die for this bitch. It's just like, why? Why? That's literally the story. He just decides to die for, like, a 1 week chick that he was gonna get over in, like, a week.
So what you're saying is he had a permanent solution to a temporary problem.
Exactly. I'm thinking Joey Wheeler and Seto Kaiba. And the reason is because they do not go together. It's a trick question.
Aha.
Yeah. Smart brain. 5 head even, you know? How hot are you?
So like Jintoki and Kagura, right?
Give me a minute. Let respondents upload a file. Can I do that? Prove it with your PNG, stinky. Below. We got a lot of questions here. Let's see here. What is your handle on socials? Social security number. Is Leafy the best? Which position are you interested in? What would our song be? If we were to die, would you sacrifice your mother and a demonic ritual to bring me back to life? Write a fanfic, nerd, make it juicy like Guga Food's thighs. Are you willing to come on stream to be interviewed by the judges? How big are you? I am talking about you on Twitch for clout. What is your brand? Why would we be perfect together like Joey Wheeler and Seto Kaiba? How hot are you? Prove it with your PNG stinky below. Be sure to join the Discord. Be sure to join the Discord. And also rate the application and maybe tell me why you have mommy issues. You know what? I think I made a really good application. What do you guys think?
I think it's a very good application.
Alright. I'm going to copy this, send it to Persea because they're going to be one of the judges.
Oh, they're judging the application.
Yeah, they're going to be one of the judges. Copy link. What? Oh. Oh, Umber was asking me a question. I need to answer his question real quick. Brain, crowd control. Crowd control. What's going on in the server? Oh gosh, why is Discord running so slow? Chroma and Q helped make the app. Alrighty. You know what? I feel like watching something else. I'm in one of my moods tonight. I'm in a mood. What should we watch? What? Should we watch like cursed shit? Like what's cursed? What's something cursed we should watch? What should we watch, chat? Chat, what should we watch? We should watch this Doobus Goobus video that just dropped.
Subscribe, I'll stop when I reach the number, I'm sorry!
There we go.
Hello, sir, you've been outside of my house for about 4 days now. Do you need something?
Hello there, sir. I am Sonic 2. I love you.
What?
I have been informed there are stories about me being spread by just some really rude people, some trolls. And I would like to give my side of the story if you are willing to listen. Yep.
My better judgment says call the police, but you are confusing me so much I need to know what's going on.
Thank you for your kind heart. Now, first of all...
Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with rage.
What?
Yeah, these no good trolls stole my PlayStation account password, and they said they would only give it back if I sent a video of me shoving my medallion up my so I did.
Dude, you can just call PlayStation Network to reset your password.
Yeah, I found out that's true. That's the only way to do that. So I didn't have to do that with my medallion.
How old were you?
27.
No.
I have the power!
This is a video.
Hey, I'm thirsty. I heard you mention orange Fanta.
Tails, get out of the room. You are not supposed to hear this. This is not for kids. Get out.
You were just talking about soda.
It was not just soda. It was not.
Down your wares.
It's not just
and
soda.
Bring yourselves unto me. I will hunt you down and really smite thee.
With your mother?
Well, no, there is a simple explanation. You see, someone called me a mother, and I thought it was an order.
You're depraved.
Okay, now that I got all that cleared away, you should also know that I believe I am Jesus, and you should submit everything to me and give me free stuff. And if you criticize me, I'll send you to hell.
You just told me all of that, and you expect me to give in and respect you?
Yes, I'm all powerful, clearly.
You should be in prison.
Yeah, I was in prison.
How did you escape?
I didn't. Someone bailed me out.
What?
Oh, they did it while I was making this cartoon.
I don't know how to end this. I had this planned like a week ago. He's out there. He's out in public. He's out of prison. What do I even do?
Interesting.
Did you know about that?
Know about what?
Chris Chan getting out of prison?
No.
Yeah, he got out of prison. He got bailed out.
Interesting.
I would love to watch a Max Mofo and Anything for Views video, but that is not. I'm always afraid like they're gonna say words that'll get me banned on Twitch, you know?
Maybe.
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 Maybe. Maybe, baby.
Baby.
Oh, this is a interesting video. YouTubers control how I cook for 24 hours.
For the next 24
wow.
hours, the biggest YouTuber.
That was weird. It took a minute to load. Holy shit.
Alright, I thought it was me.
Yeah, that was weird. Alrighty, chat. Here we go.
For the next 24 hours, the biggest YouTubers in the world are going to be deciding what I cook. And first up is Eric.
Nick, it's Eric. As you might know, I just out-pizza'd the Hut by making the world's largest pizza.
Out-pizza'd
so my
the
challenge
Hut.
to you is to make
I
the
love
biggest
that.
pizza you possibly can.
So we're not sure whether or not this is going to work, but we're rolling out 10 pounds of dough here. How many normal pizza slices would be in this one giant slice we're making? 64. That's crazy. We'll toss down some semolina so it doesn't stick, and then we'll slide. Our next step here is to sauce it up. I have to say, this is pretty satisfying. We won't go all the way to the edge because this right here is going to be our crust. We'll finish it off with a little provolone cheese, and it's ready to bake. This is where things could go south. Oh my gosh. I think you got it. Wow. She's in.
She's in.
Thin pizza.
Our pizza is done. Wow. That is a big pizza.
The last step here is we're gonna cut this into a slice.
So this slice is about 31 inches, a bit above average. The last step before our next challenge, time for a bite. I'm gonna take this to go. This is fantastic. Our next challenge is from Mr. Beast, who texted me saying I need to make a Feastables chocolate bar from scratch. And I guess that makes total sense, given I introduced Jimmy to cacao, which is the fruit that makes chocolate. If we want to replicate this thing, let's first read off the
Damn.
ingredients list. We've got cane sugar, organic chocolate
Oh, I
liqueur,
got something in
organic
my eye.
cocoa butter, sea salt, and sunflower lecithin. We can
Damn.
handle this. This is a fresh cacao pod, and this is where your chocolate comes from. They come in all colors, shapes, and sizes. And to start the
I'm gonna
chocolate
put this on pause real quick and
cocoa butter, sea salt and sunflower blessing. We can handle
Damn.
this. This is a fresh cacao pod, and this is where your
Okay.
process.
Had to check and make sure, like,
You simply crack them.
look like
Some
that
people say the fruit tastes exactly like a Jolly Rancher. The entire chocolate making process starts with these seeds right
Interesting.
here, but there's
I've
no
actually
problem.
seen
I
this
only
in
have a little
IRL. So I work in a
Oh.
chocolate factory, and my uncle got a cacao pod, and
Yeah.
did demonstration where he cut it open, and showed it off and stuff.
all these
But
You
it's
didn't
like,
try to eat it like him?
No, I did not.
But luckily, I've done this before. Once you've opened up your cacao pods, lay them all out and let them ferment for 1 week. After that process, you're basically left with these newly colored beans that are then roasted in the oven until they turn a deep brown color. The seeds smell almost like a combination between vinegar and chocolate. These are then broken up to separate out all of the cacao nibs. Those are then ground into a cacao liqueur, which is what I've got here and one of the several ingredients in Mr. Beast's chocolate bar. I didn't want you to have to wait a week to get
sugar.
As for the other ingredients, cocoa butter, a nice pinch of cane sugar, a pinch of sea salt because we chose
You
the
said
chocolate
pinch
salt
and then
bar,
just threw
and I'm
everything
gonna
in there.
skip the soy lesson. We'll mix this up until nice and smooth, and then into our molds it goes. I am really excited to see how these are going to turn out. Once they're all laid out, we'll give them a
I
tap,
think it's funny
and we wait. Now that our chocolate has solidified,
that
this right here is the most
Mr. Beast
satisfying
is
part
taking
about
advantage
it.
of this
Here
to
it
like
is, our homemade Mr. Beast
advertise his
chocolate
shit.
Now that we've successfully recreated one of Mr. Beast's chocolate bars, it's time for a little challenge from ZHC, one of the best artists on all of YouTube.
Hey Nick, carve a watermelon in the shape of Gordon Ramsay's face.
I have no idea how I'm going to complete this challenge because I've never carved a watermelon before. Guess I'll give it my best shot.
Nick, I could do it. I do like a lot of art at home. It'll take me like 8 hours, but I could probably do a pretty good job.
All right, I've given Manny all the tools he could possibly need, and he's got 8 hours to carve the best watermelon of his life. While he's doing that, I'm going to head off and
gonna be
complete
really
a few other
juicy.
challenges. Good luck, Manny.
Uncle Nick, I know you like being blindfolded because your brain's so dirty. So Uncle Roger challenged you to make the best egg fried rice, but with blindfold on. Can you do it?
Uncle Roger, I hope you know I have cooked while blindfolded before. First, I butchered a chicken while blindfolded, and more
That's
recently, I made
horrifying.
a beef Wellington while blindfolded, although that turned out pretty raw. It is pitch black. I cannot see a thing. Let's make some fried rice. First up, some quick prep work. I need my onions. I will then take my knife, this is where things get dangerous, and using my hands as a guide, slice and peel my onion. One huge pro about wearing a blindfold while cutting an onion is that you're not gonna cry when you cut it. Although I will say this is extraordinarily difficult. Perfect.
Yes. The way he did it, it's very difficult.
I'll move my onion off to the side of my board, then take the
horrifying.
garlic.
Scary.
For this, I'm only
You need
going
to
to use
put
one
you need to put
clove,
your
and once
thumb
I've
on
opened
top
it
of
up,
the blade.
mince it up as best I can. I don't even think I'm hitting it. Finally, I'll grab 1 or 2 of these chilies here and chop those up as well. It's time to cook our fried rice. First up, I'll add some oil into my wok, and when I smell that oil begin to get aromatic, I'm going to take my board of onions, garlic, and peppers and drop that in.
No. No, he didn't season it first.
Once these have gotten aromatic, I need an egg. I know they're here somewhere. Nice. And in it goes. Then, once that egg gets nice and fluffy, I'll add my day-old rice, and then it's time for soy sauce. This one I can tell by feel is the soy sauce. And it should now sizzle on the edges of the pan. I will also add a bit of sesame oil. I didn't hear anything. Little bit of sesame oil. Then of course we can't forget our MSG. I'll do an extra heavy sprinkle for Uncle Roger. And of course our white pepper. This one I know is white pepper because the container's lighter than the MSG one.
Really
oh my god, this is awful. And stir it up. Now I just need a nice plate.
Very late.
And I will simply take my fried rice and place it down onto the center of my plate. Gotta make it look as nice and presentable as I can for Uncle Roger. And then, to finish, you simply cannot serve fried rice without some green onions, which I will slice nice and thin and then place on top of my fried rice. Time for the big reveal.
Beautiful. That was beautiful.
I might lose my uncle title from this. We've got another challenge coming in from my good friend Rosanna.
That was
Can Uncle Roger
hilarious.
do it blindfolded?
That's a good question.
That will fool me.
In front of me is 1 real onion and 1 onion made of cake. I'm gonna call her on a FaceTime and see whether or not she can tell which one is which. Rosanna, I am really hoping that we're gonna fool you with this.
I'm really excited. I love looking at cakes and trying to see if they're real or not.
What do you think your odds are of getting it correct before I show you?
I'm pretty good at it. I have an 80% chance I get
80% chance? You ready? Okay. The cake today is an onion. One of these is real and one of these is fake.
This is so hard, Nick. You guys did such a good job. I'm a little stumped. I can't decide if I'm going to go with the smoother one or the one that's a little bit more rough.
So what's your final decision?
I'm going to go with the right one.
Ready? Rosanna, it's the cake. You fooled her. And Rosanna, this is the best part about it. Wow,
Leafy!
Yo. This steak here needs to look like a Minecraft steak.
Did it like... Oh, it did. Did it like struggle for a second? Did it cut out on stream?
Yeah. Yeah.
He introduced moist and
Okay. There we go. There we go, chat.
Our next challenge comes from
I got you, chat.
Hey, Nick, it's Charlie. I challenge you to create an exquisite, beautifully cooked, perfect Minecraft steak.
Here I am, ready to cook my first ever Minecraft steak, but in real life. I'm not exactly sure whether or not they have
A
Wagyu in
Minecraft
Minecraft. But Charlie's a special guy, so I wanted to cook with a special kind of meat.
It's just
In
like
Minecraft,
steak that
there
looks
are
like a
3 ways to
Minecraft
cook
steak?
meat in a furnace,
I think so.
a cooker, or a campfire.
But he's
And
doing
when
it like
comes
in
to
Minecraft
charcoal,
too.
Each piece of charcoal cooks 8 pieces of food. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way in real life. I don't want to be sitting here all day. It's time now to get our charcoal going. While our makeshift Minecraft furnace here is coming to temp, this steak here needs to look like a Minecraft steak when it's done. I'm gonna be going for this reference photo right here when I cut out chunks of the steak here. And of course, none of these beautiful Wagyu cubes are gonna go to waste. I feel like this looks close enough to the Minecraft steak on the other side here. We are ready to toss this into the furnace. Once that's gotten a nice char, I'm gonna go ahead and let it smoke on the other side. Wagyu cooks pretty quick, so in no time, I am ready to flip this thing over.
is it Japanese Wagyu or is it American?
That's crazy.
I think it's American Wagyu.
Steak. And I gotta say, this steak right here, I think we nailed it. I'm gonna eat caveman style. Wait a sec, do they have salt and pepper in Minecraft? All right, Manny, you've had more than enough time. How'd it go?
I think it went good.
What the?
That came out awesome.
Dude, it's
That's
Somehow,
amazing.
some way, Manny pulled it off. Maybe he's just a man of many talents. And when I sent Zach a text, I think it's safe to say he was impressed. Actually, we just got a little bonus challenge in from Zach King.
All right, Nick. For this challenge, I want to see if you can actually pull off something crazy and get the food to change colors.
Zach, there's no way I can get that challenge done and finish the rest of the ones we have to do today. But luckily, Gordon here might be able to help me out. You see, believe it or not, I visited his restaurant not long ago where he did that exact thing. I ordered this salmon dish, and when they brought it out, I squeezed lemon juice over it, and it suddenly changed the color of that puree at the bottom of the plate. We're moving on to a challenge from Emma Chamberlain.
You need to make tiramisu using Chamberlain coffee. Sorry, I don't make the rules.
To make a 10-minute tiramisu, I'll need to
Everyone's
start
just
with
using it
instant
as like a
coffee.
promo
Typically,
for
you're
stuff.
supposed to use espresso,
It's
but
funny.
I'm gonna use this family blend instant coffee. After all, when it comes to me, Manny, and everyone watching right now, we're all a happy family.
He just has Gordon Ramsay on there.
Gordon, I saw Gordon. It was like, bro.
Tea bags. While our coffee steeps off to the side, I'll add some
Gordon's a bro.
mascarpone cheese to a bowl with a little splash of heavy cream and begin to mix it up. Then in a separate bowl, we'll add some heavy
Gordon's
cream, a
restaurant.
little splash of my homemade
He's allowed to
vanilla
use his
extract,
image.
and a nice pinch of sugar. Then we'll turn it into whipped cream. Add back the mascarpone mixture, and once we've mixed till smooth, it's time to assemble. Remove the tea bags, then toss in the ladyfingers to let them quickly absorb the coffee. Then to layer, place them down into your spring-form pan. making
I wonder
sure
why
they
they're
have
called
brown,
little
almost
lady
like
fingers.
I'll add just a little pinch of salt, then spread over
I don't
a layer
know,
of the
but
cream,
it
another
sounds
layer of the ladyfinger,
interesting.
and finish with one last
Yeah.
layer of cream. Make sure to perfectly level off the top. Dust with some
Oh, I
unsweetened
forgot to
cocoa
check
powder.
to
Open
see.
up the pan, and there you have it, 10-minute tiramisu. Next up, we've got a challenge from Preston.
Nick, it's your buddy Preston. You know how much I love chicken nuggets. I want you to make those in the car. Good luck.
Whoa.
Here we are. The goal here is to see if my nuggets, cooked in the drive-thru, can be better than McDonald's. First things first, I'll go ahead and add a generous amount of oil to my pan because we're gonna be deep frying here, no different than they do at McDonald's.
That's
So let our oil
awful.
get nice and hot. I'm gonna go ahead and order. Hi, can I please do a 10-piece chicken McNuggets? It's time now to layer in a few of our chicken nuggets. We need these to get crispy and golden brown so we can beat McDonald's. Do not try this at home. Hey, how are ya? We're cooking
He's
in the
driving
drive-thru.
with a
Who do you
stove.
think's gonna win?
I think yours.
Thank you. How's it going? I think I should flip these real quick as I head to the second window. Hi, how are you? We're cooking in the drive-thru. Isn't that good? All right. She didn't care at all.
He's driving with
they
hot
gave him
oil.
10, he only
First,
That's
we'll try one
horrifying.
of these McDonald's nuggets. Not bad, not amazing. But check this out.
What?
Listen for
No,
the
they
crunch.
hit different.
So hot, but so good. You always win when you cook in the drive-thru. Real quick, in my new cookbook Knife Drop, which is available right now for pre-order, I have the most incredible Dino Nuggets recipe in here. Better than any nuggets you've ever had. Moving to the next one, things are
Damn.
Hey, what's up?
Gotta get them dino nuggies.
I know you have a really horrible tolerance with spice. The pepper. So here's a real challenge. I want you to make the world's spiciest chicken wings and eat them with your cameraman. Good luck, bro.
Luckily, I came prepared for this.
Cameraman.
We're gonna be making the spiciest wings
You
in
didn't
the
sign up for
entire
this.
world, and Manny,
That's
you're gonna
insane.
eat 'em with me.
What?
Our first step will be to brine
Bro,
our wings. We want to give
homie's
them as
wearing
much of that spicy
hazmat.
flavor as possible.
Is
I
that
also want them to have
spicy?
some genuine
He's
flavor,
going
so I'll
to
start off
eat
by
it
adding some pickle
anyways.
juice here. And to give you a sense
Pickle
of the spice
juice.
levels we're going
Yeah,
for,
pickle juice is very
jalapeno
common
is about
for
2,000
brining.
on the Scoville scale. We're going
Oh.
for 10 million with
Yeah,
these.
it's
To start,
like,
we'll be using
have you
some
ever had like
sauce.
Popeyes
Change
or
the
Chick-fil-A?
Mm-hmm.
That's brined and pickle juice.
Currently the Guinness World Record
Yep.
spiciest
Something new
pepper in the
every
world
day.
at 3 million Scoville
Yeah.
units. And I'll make sure to add a nice generous serving of all that sauce. I'll mix these all up and set them aside. Next step, we need to blend together some of our spices. But I'll need a more intense mask here because I can't inhale any of these fumes. To begin, we'll add in some Sichuan peppercorns, which should completely numb our mouths when we eat this, and hopefully might even help take away some of the pain. Then these right here are Carolina Reapers. Each one,
Ooh.
2 million units on the Scoville scale. And we're gonna add 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now we'll grind. Once that's ground up, we're ready to fry. Once our frying oil is nice and hot, time to add in our wings. And I know these wings are gonna kill me in just a minute, so I wanna let you know that in my new cookbook Knife Drop, if you pre-order it, you will get quite literally the best wings recipe I have ever tasted in my entire life. But don't make the ones I'm making right now. These wings are looking good, but what I'm concerned about is how they're gonna taste. To finish, we'll drop in our wings, then go over them with this Fresno chili hot sauce. And of course, a nice light dusting of our spice blend. That is gonna be what really gets us. A little toss, and the world's spiciest wings,
My
well
God.
over that mark of 10 million Scoville units, are complete.
That's scary.
Manny, I'm serious.
Kind of looks good though.
I'm not kidding. I'd rather be fired than eat one of those.
3, 2, 1.
Oh wow. He really went for it. He's not a pussy.
That was pretty good. He should do more of those. That was pretty good.
That was really, yeah. I was entertained. Very entertained.
I was surprised how entertaining that actually was.
Amazing.
I'd like to do
Cook-
cooking streams one of these days.
Oh, that'd be fun. I'd love to do cooking streams, but I'd have to move into the new place before that. I can.
I'm really bad at it.
What, cooking?
Yeah. It's too much work to think of
Oh, would you like me to
What to
teach you
make.
someday?
someday.
Yeah, you want me to teach you? I'll teach
Oh,
you.
for sure. Cooking class with Leafy.
Yeah, cooking class with me.
Well, I think that's what my cooking streams would be. It's kind of on a super budget, on the cheap.
Sounds informational and fun.
You know, like how
What
to
the
make best
fuck?
mac and
Mortal
cheese and stuff
Kombat
like that.
attack. So hated, the player got banned?
Interesting.
Spam Oreo. The Forgotten Menace of Dragon Ball Janemba. I like Janemba. Janemba was a fun character. What the fuck is that? You're a rat with a dead rat tied to your tail in this horror game.
No, that's not.
I don't even want to, like, see that.
That's not.
Okay. Now let's look at this Hassan video with about Trump. Let's get political instead. I'd rather get political than like be
Have a
seeing
rat
that thumbnail.
showing a dead rat?
Yeah. I'd rather get political.
Wake up, people. Our president is arrested by the deep state pedophiles.
Right now, I want to talk about how we got here and what is going on.
How is that allowed on Twitch? How do you get away with saying that?
What we can expect.
Damn, they got Don Lemon getting up, dude. That's how you know this serious.
Forward.
A Manhattan grand jury voting to indict former President Donald Trump Thursday.
Hell
While
yeah.
the case is still under seal, sources tell CNN
Man.
he faces more than 30 counts related to business fraud.
Hell
the
yeah.
former president responding
That's it,
to the
just
indictment, calling the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg a disgrace and claiming the entire investigation is a witch hunt.
He's ready to fight. You know, he's the toughest guy I know. And he's,
I love how they say that, and it's just like... Isn't that like what they are currently doing for anyone that is not cis?
Yes.
That's like what's crazy to me. They're like, oh, it's a witch hunt. It's just like, but you guys been doing that for years. For cis gay people. Or not non-cis gay people.
As cis gay people, for sure.
Cis gay people too, yeah. They've been hunting cis gay people. They've been hunting non-cis gay people. They've been hunting non-white gay people. They've just been hunting non-white people. They've been hunting like men. They've been hunting women too. It's crazy.
Who aren't they hunting is the question.
Cis white men.
Old white men.
Yeah, you're right.
he was shocked, you know, because we really were. I was shocked. Today,
Dude, what is going on? Dude, Trump's entire legal team has to be brought up to a lineup so we can just look at them. They're so wild looking, dude. He's like, yeah, I'm Joey Tacopina, Donald Trump's attorney. We got like 50 of us over here, you know? I left my gumata home. I left the f***ing gabagool on the table, and I ran over here, Hannity. You won't f***ing believe what I got to say. Trump's entire legal team resembles like a used car dealership in like Tampa. His security guard was called Matthew Calamari. This is so
Matthew Calamari. That's great.
Did Joe Pizza tell Trump about hydroxychloroquine? What the f is Joe Pizza? Mr. Pizza, whose wife was serenaded by Trump at Mar-a-Lago, was a hydroxychloroquine dealer. Stop. Stop. I know you guys know about Tom Fitton. My man Tom Fitton. Fitton his dick. The most jacked lawyer in America. Google Matthew Calamari. He has such a great look. Okay, I have to do it now.
Tom Fitton.
Oh, I nutted a little bit. No shot. Oh my God. Meet Matthew Calamari, a loyal Trump employee.
What the fuck?
Reportedly under scrutiny in Trump organization.
Look at him. He looks like a fucking mafia man.
They all look like mafia men.
This is hilarious. This is a fucking cartoon, man. What the fuck?
Investigation. Matthew Calamari has worked for Donald Trump for 40 years and is the COO of the Trump Organization. He and his son reportedly oversee the vast surveillance operations on company properties. I mean, we know Anthony Scaramucci, but like Anthony Scaramucci was a big, he was like a bit of a weasel. You know what I mean? Yeah, how I'm trying to be. This is Trump team's new security guys. Hey, they call me Joey Babadook. What the fucking enforcers over here? These are his accountants. Yeah, they're not even the enforcers, the accountants. It's like my man is like 8 generations in and he's still like using Italian slurs and Italian verbiage for no reason. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, what do you mean? You literally grew up in Bergen County. You don't know anything about Italy. You've never been there. You can't speak it. Why do you still have an accent?
the rule of law in the United States of America died.
The indictment concludes a years-long probe investigating a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels to remain silent about an alleged affair with Trump, an affair Trump denies. The case relies in part on the testimony of Trump's former
Michael Cohen is the most "this is my lawyer, dog, I'm going to jail" ass lawyer I've ever seen, by the way. And I say this as someone who has had a...
I legit thought that wasn't actually Ludwig. I thought he just looked like Ludwig, and then like actually like looking at this is like, oh shit.
It is
Actual
him.
conversation, like a one-on-one conversation with him. That's right. Michael Cohen is a friend of the show. Remember that. I went on his fucking podcast a couple years back, if you recall. He is the archetypical like loser lawyer, dude. It's so awesome.
Personal attorney Michael Cohen, who has in the past pleaded guilty to
At least he's got a
9
normal
federal
name.
crimes, including lying.
I am a
What the
convicted
fuck?
felon. I am a disbarred lawyer, but I also brought the documents. There's plenty of testimony, corroborating testimony to go around.
Cohen paid Daniel.
What the fuck?
No, he was caught dead to rights. That's the reason why he freaking turned.
This is like a fuck. No wonder Canadians love American politics. This is like a fucking like cartoon. I had a friend that was a Pokemon streamer. He was very like he lived in Canada. He's like, Canadian politics is boring, but I absolutely love keeping up with American politics because it's just like
Agree.
fucking crazy. Like it's just like, man, I don't understand it. It's all boring to me. And then like this happens. It's like, oh, okay, no wonder you guys like it. No wonder you guys like it's like a soap opera for you guys. Because it's like you guys just know like you guys aren't in danger because you guys don't have like much that we would like attack for besides trees and maple syrup.
And fresh water.
Fresh water, that's debatable.
Very fresh.
Americans don't like water. What are you talking about?
Damn.
Yeah, we don't like water. Yeah.
Pure water. Very clean. Yeah, we don't really got nothing
Sounds
much.
like something a Canadian would want.
Yeah, fucking Canadian.
Fucking
Canadians over here with their water.
Just weeks before the 2016 presidential election.
Can you explain how Stormy Daniels was able to speak out about the thing she was paid hush money for? Genuinely don't understand how that works. Yeah, none of that's real, dude. It's void. Fun fact, but like NDAs, you know, you don't want to get held up in court and have to do like paperwork and shit. But in many cases, they're not valid. Like you can't do that. A big chunk of laws, regulations, and rules that we exist under, a big chunk of that basically is just making your life as hard as possible so you don't even try to attempt to break it. And that's why I talk about like gun control, for example. When I talk about gun control, like a big part of gun violence in this country revolves around suicide, right? And that's sometimes a spur in the moment thing that you can engage in with a gun. 54% of men, right? Male suicide. Like, if you eliminate the ease of access, you won't be able to, like, effectively eradicate all gun violence. Obviously, that's not going to happen. But you will cut a big chunk of people who are making these, like, impulse purchases, who made an impulse purchase way back when and now has a gun. You know what I mean? It's quite literally about, like, making it a fucking nuisance, making it annoying in many instances. Anyway, we're going into, like, a million different places here. Let's get back to our king. The Great White Hope.
According to court filings.
So there is actually like a person that actually does call him that. There is an actual guy that like an actual public figure who calls him the Great White Hope, and it's really like cringe.
Interesting.
The Trump Organization reimbursed Cohen $420,000.
It's a fight against his rejection of truth and his manufacturing of stories that really motivated her.
The Manhattan District Attorney's Office was also asking questions during the grand jury proceedings about Karen McDougal. She was paid $150,000 by the company that publishes the National Enquirer to stay silent about another alleged affair with Trump. Trump has denied any affair with McDougal. Trump's longtime friend and then chairman of the National Enquirer's parent company, David Pecker, is believed to have orchestrated the payment.
What is that name? David Pecker. Is this like a fucking like episode of South Park I'm watching? Like, with the parody names of all these, like, people. This is crazy, man. This is crazy.
One of the last witnesses to testify before the grand jury Monday. But even Trump's potential Republican presidential rivals criticizing the indictment. Governor Ron DeSantis tweeted,
Cucked. So cucked. So incredibly cucked. Unimaginably cucked. No one has ever been cucked harder than the way Ron DeSantis has been cucked, okay? Just literally coming out of the gate swinging for no fucking reason. It's not even like Donald Trump himself. It's not like Donald Trump was ever gonna fucking actually deny, you know, showing up to court or whatever. But I love that Mr. Ron DeSantis, who wants to run against Donald Trump, who's been talking a little bit of shit left and right, still has to basically get whipped up to say the right things.
it's un-American. And Trump's former vice president, Mike Pence, telling CNN,
I think the unprecedented.
Speaking of getting cucked, here's the other cucked man over here who also is like potentially running against the president, who himself has literally had to withstand active death threats against him by the president's very own stands, and still has to go on national television and be like, yeah, it's still so unacceptable. None of them can come out and be like, yeah.
So Pence's in my opinion, arguably worse than Trump. What do you think, Q? Hello? Uh-oh. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Oh. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Was I, like, out for a minute or something?
I have no idea. I'm like going back and forth because I'm heating up food right now.
Oh, okay. Q's just not here. Okay. I got a little scared for a second. I was gonna, like, I was talking about something, and then, like, oh, you know what?
You're fine.
Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna open this up and be like...
Yeah, you're gonna have to give me a minute too. I'm going back and forth.
Politics. Ha 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 ha. I need a life. The, one of the judges that's available said they love it. Alrighty.
This is fucked up. What Donald Trump did is literally fucking insane. Like, his fans wanted to kill me, guys, and said that I should be hanged. That was wild.
I think it's important this morning to step back and look at how we got here. This didn't just come out of nowhere. And it's back
Wait. That's crazy. Trump supporters were talking about, like, how Mike Pence needs to be hanged. Aren't they supposed to be, like, on the same side? That's crazy. It's weird.
Actually, that Trump first met both Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. 5 years after that is when Stormy Daniels tried to sell her story to a publication known as Life and Style. But Michael Cohen, then working for Trump, threatened a lawsuit, and the story was never published. Fast forward to 2015, Trump announces that he's running for president. Of course, he came down the escalator at Trump Tower. It's the following spring that Daniels tries to sell her story again. No one bites, not even...
Why are they doing action camera work here? You could just show these as graphics, man. What's happening?
not even the National Enquirer.
That's funny.
That summer, Karen McDougal's story is caught and killed. And remember, CNN obtained a secret audio tape at the time of Trump and Cohen discussing how all of it would play out. You hear them mention David, as in David Pecker of the National Enquirer,
Hank
who
Pecker.
also testified this week before the grand jury, and Alan. That's Alan Weisselberg, who was the CFO of the Trump Organization and is right now still serving a jail sentence.
Dude, every motherfucker that's been in the Trump administration, or I'm sorry, every motherfucker that's like played a role in the Trump org is like going to jail left and right, and people still are like, no, but the guy leading this entire thing, he's infallible and also innocent. Like, of course they're gonna fucking hit him with a RICO, man. This is precisely what RICOs are for. How is anybody surprised about this? He's like, I'm the most innocent guy you've ever seen, believe me. It's like, bro, you literally commit crimes before you get out of bed.
I need to open up a company for the transfer of all of that info regarding our friend David. So I'm all over that. And I spoke to Alan about it when it comes time for the financing, which will be... Listen, what financing? Well, I have to pay you, so... No. I got... No.
A few months after that conversation is when a bombshell dropped, and the Access Hollywood published a tape of former President Trump. That's candidate Trump at the time. The very next day.
One of the funniest parts about this, though, like, is that if someone legitimately tries to do something fucked up to Alvin Bragg, they're gonna literally go to jail for a former president that does not give a fuck about them. It's the same exact fucking meme that played over and over again since January 6th. Like, these people putting their lives on the line for a dude that straight up does not care about you at all and very likely has committed crimes and will continue to commit them as well. You are not on the team, man. You're not on the same team, I promise you.
On October 8th is when Daniels seemed to
Here's
sense
a
there was
point.
an opportunity to pitch her story once again.
That they're not on the
After
same
years of
team.
failing to
Yeah.
sell it, this time there was interest. On October 10th,
I really don't get it. There's like these people that are like really, really dumb that think like this billionaire even knows they exist. It's like, no, he doesn't. He's a billionaire. He doesn't care. He had a show where he would just sit there and just tell people they're fired and laugh. Like,
I mean,
this is who they want to be president again. It's just like, how is this reality?
people are just like that.
Yeah.
Literally anyone. There's like K-pop stans, they're gonna come after me. But like, they're just a little too into it, you know?
Mm-hmm. You know,
like when...
Oh,
Yeah.
you know, there's a movie called Idiocracy. where
Interesting. What is it about?
It is a movie about the most useless soldier in the army and a prostitute gets put into a cryogenic freeze experiment that's supposed to last a year.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're supposed to be released. But it got shut down because of mischief between the pimp and the commanding officer in charge of the experiment. And so they were just left in cryogenic slumber for decades. And as they were frozen in cryogenic slumber, the world just declines in intelligence to the point where, like, all they would laugh at is, like, people getting hurt or kicked in the nuts, and they don't, like, they're just extremely stupid.
Oh.
And they come back, like, they come into the future, and the president is played by Terry Crews, but he is a pro wrestler porn star. It's great.
And how do you know this?
I watched it. My dad showed me the movie.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my dad showed me quite a few movies like that. It's pretty funny. They're great.
That's wilding.
Yeah, it's like it like I showed it to one of mine Ragni's IRL friends when we started hanging out again. And she was like, this is a horror movie, because we were watching it in 2015 while Trump was running, and then she's like, this could be the future. This could be our life. Like, she's freaking out. Like, she's like thinking like this is what happens when Trump gets elected. And it's just like, oh shit. I really fucked with her.
You really did.
My shenanigans caused her a lot of distress.
Damn.
And for some reason, she still associates with me.
3 days after the Access Hollywood tape, and about a month before the presidential election,
Welcome
Michael
back,
Cohen
Q.
agreed to pay Stormy Daniels $130,000 in exchange for her silence. That deal threatened Daniels with severe financial penalties if she ever spoke about the alleged affair. On the 28th, that agreement was signed, 11 days before Election Day. Of course, an election we now all know Trump won. Poppy, all of this is the heart.
The other part of that that's really funny is people constantly being like, well, the statute of limitation went away. It's like, okay, so I guess you can do any crimes you want, especially those that pertain to campaign finance violations. As long as you do campaign finance violations, like, as long as you win, you're good. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they tried it back then, and everyone was like, dog, you can't indict a sitting president. Like, you just can't do that. He won because Dems fucked it, not because Stormy got a bag, let's be honest. Oh, of course. You know that already. I totally do agree with that.
Let's talk about what came immediately after, right? 2016, 2017, Donald Trump paid Michael Cohen back with a series of monthly checks, right? $35,000 a month, month after month. Different case, but when Michael Cohen was looking at charges, the DOJ said that those checks were accounted for as legal expenses, even though they were not part of any legal service that he provided to Trump that year. So now what? Ellie Honig is back, our CNN senior legal analyst. Okay, Ellie.
What should Dems have done instead? What? You want me to relitigate 2016? It's been talked over a million times. No, take 30 minutes off and take a breather. I'm not going to relitigate or rehash the many failings of the Hillary Clinton campaign, or the fact that it was even Hillary Clinton that ran against Donald Trump to begin with, or the fact that Hillary Clinton herself tried to implement the Pied Piper strategy, which became an abject failure. They were the ones who actually told CNN and everyone else to like promote Trump during the primaries because they thought he was the most easily defeated candidate out of all of the other Republican candidates, and turns out they were wrong. I think you guys know that now because he was the president. I can't believe you guys are making me fucking relitigate this dumb shit that we've talked about over and over again.
It's just a case as well. It will be titled...
Wait, it'll be titled what?
Of the state of New York versus Donald Trump. So what are we going to see on Tuesday? This is what we call an arraignment. It's a first appearance in court. Donald Trump will be, in all likelihood, fingerprinted. He may have his mugshot taken as well. Mugshots, by the way, are typically not available to the public under New York.
Bro, you know that shit's gonna leak. Are you kidding me? If that doesn't leak, I'm gonna be so pissed. That leak in and of itself is good for both Trump because, like, he will look like a badass, you know what I mean? And it's good for, like, the liberals to jerk off to. That's bipartisan, you know what I mean? That's as bipartisan as, like, giving the American military $800 billion in discretionary spending.
The judge will read the charges to Donald Trump, ask him to enter his plea. He will certainly plead not guilty. And then the judge will almost certainly release Donald Trump on what we call his own recognizance, meaning come back when you will.
Depends on the risk. There's a small factor they could argue he's a risk to incite violence. You guys are crazy. No. That's not. Come on, man. He's rich.
Okay. Donald Trump goes to prison.
Yeah.
He's everybody's bitch.
He's gonna drop the soap.
He might voluntarily do it.
He won't drop the soap.
He's gonna be like... oh no! I dropped the soap. I better bend down and pick it up. I sure hope no one takes advantage of this inopportune time of mine. Like with his like weird Trump accent and everything.
Sure.
Yeah, he's got a weird accent, and I can't even place it.
It's a rich, privileged. Yeah, that's what it is.
He's speaking privilege.
First of all, Donald Trump is not a flight risk. Let's be real. Especially for a case like this. There's no way. Like, what do you mean? This is a nothing burger for the most part. Donald Trump is literally above the law in every sense of the word. He is so above the law that, like, this trial, depending on what we know so far and a lot of the speculation that we have on, like, what the charges are, because we don't know exactly what it is, and we're going to find out on Tuesday. Big day, by the way. Tuesday is going to be a big one, lads, right? Because once he's arraigned, the grand jury indictment will be revealed. Like what the charges are, we'll find out about all that shit. I feel like I've done a good job, I think, of describing to people why I cover this story and how I cover the story for pleasure and for fun, while simultaneously describing to you that it's all not that serious. Like, I mean, it's unprecedented, but it's still not that serious. Like, this specific RICO, as far as we understand, is going to be basically mishandling campaign funds, and also most likely in prior circumstances was considered a misdemeanor, and in prior campaigns people have just basically paid a fine. Unless there's something bananas going on, which I don't think there is. I have no reason to believe that there is something super serious happening here. The Georgia case, in my opinion, is significantly more serious. Another case that's serious is the DOJ case on January 6th. These are actually legitimate ways that Donald Trump could say
facts.
There's like so much, and it's like, I think it's wild that he's not getting hit.
He's gonna have to face the grand jury, and he's gonna lie to him.
So
here, nothing Bergie's talking about. That's where it's gonna go.
So here's like what's absolutely insane to me is like, how has he not like received racketeer charges for like the attack on the Capitol? That's my question. Like, that was insane. Like, a lot of the things he said, like, when he was, like, giving speeches and shit is like, wow. He really just said that.
Yeah, it's all treason.
Yeah. It's just like, how are you not, like, being, like, sentenced to, like, Guantanamo Bay?
Face some level of legal scrutiny, but this individual case, as far as we understand it, doesn't seem to meet the muster of something that will, like, lock him in jail or anything like that. But it's a lot of fun. What do I always say? You steal from the poor, you become rich. You steal from the rich, you go to jail. That's how it works. Yeah, Michael Cohen is having his day in court, baby. It is fucking fire. I mean, he went to prison for this. Like, he literally went to prison for this. This is so awesome for him. He was disgraced by the fucking president, who he probably did a litany of other crimes for.
Michael Cohen joins us now. What a journey this has been for you over the last several years. Many years in the service of Donald Trump, many years in jail after turning on Donald Trump being convicted.
5 years ago, I actually was with you at the Regency when I came out, and I said, and it was a big turning point for me in my life, that my wife, my daughter, my son, and my country have my first loyalty and always will. And it was that meeting that actually changed the route that I was taking.
How so?
Because I decided that really my loyalty can no longer be to a man who doesn't deserve it. And my loyalty, again, belongs to my wife, my daughter, my son, and my country.
Oh, my God. He is such a bleeding heart liberal. I can't stand this kind of shit, dude.
Not even a liberal.
I can't. He's just like, bro, come on. You got fucked over by Donald Trump, who you did horrible things for. Horrible. Like, way worse than the top of the hour ad break. Like, unimaginable.
But, you know, one of the things, since we bring up Tacopina and Costello, what I really would recommend to Donald, if you wanted to ask me my advice, I would say we really do need lawyers that are competent. This clown show of counsel makes absolutely no sense to me. He doesn't know the facts. How could you sit there and try to represent your client when you really have no idea what you're talking about? It's just bravado. And it's the bravado to a party of one. And the party of one, of course, is always Donald Trump. It's all about inflating his ego.
Attorney Joe Tacopina. Joe, thanks for joining us again. So what should we all expect next week?
Inflating his ego.
George, you know, it's a great question. This is unprecedented in this country's history. I
What's
don't
with
know
this
what to
voice,
expect other
man?
than an arraignment. You know,
And what
which
will that
would be
look
going
like?
through that.
Mugshot, handcuffs, perp walk?
Look, I'm sure they'll try and get every ounce of publicity they can from this.
This guy looks like a
the
football
president will
player.
not be
He
putting-
does not look like someone that should be reporting on shit. Like, look at that face. That looks like a face of a blockhead that's like... I drink, like, half a can of, like, whey. Like, dry. Just the powder. He just eats it with a spoon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Full effect.
Yeah, full effect. He doesn't need the water. Who needs hydration? Hydration's for pussies. That's what he's like. And then he suffers from leg cramps. He's like, why do they hurt? Why leg hurt?
Handcuffs. As far as the mugshot's concerned, perp walk, I mean, you know, as I said, I'm sure they'll try to make sure they get some, you know, joy out of this by parading him. But, you know, I think this is a different situation. You have Secret Service involved here, George. You have the New York State Court Officers Union with Dennis Quirk and his team, the police department. So it's a lot of groups involved here. And I don't think they're going to allow this to become a circus as much as humanly possible.
I got nothing on this, dude. You just sometimes got to sit back and let Joey Taco Piana spit. I want to thank Donald Trump one more time for just bringing together some of my favorite characters. Like every single Italian man that has ever worked like insurance fraud schemes or whatever is now a firm, loyal soldier in the Trump legal team, including Joey Pizza, which apparently is a very real human being, which I thought was really funny, and Bobby Calamari. Yeah.
My
Mr.
favorite's Bobby
Head of
Calamari.
Trump security. By the way, the NPR conversation surrounding this indictment is the most like middle of the road, centrist, let's give these guys a moment to like really defend themselves as bullshit I ever have fucking heard in my entire life. Of course NPR First Take is just hitting the fucking middle note right there, right in the fucking middle, where they're just like, well, it's kind of seems like it's you know, a silly thing to charge him over, and it they
Silly
did basically try to prosecute this but never did, without ever actually mentioning why they'd never prosecuted it, because he was the fucking president and he was literally like, you can't do this to me. I thought NPR was super neutral. Why does that seem shocked? Well, neutrality is understandable from NPR. It's just that they're also supposed to be objective and talk about the truth. On the one hand, this being a lighter offense in a sea of like much worse charges that could be brought up against them is fine. But on the other hand, making it seem like there was a deliberate effort and a serious investigation into Donald Trump prior, and that is the reason why he will most likely go scot-free is stupid.
I am a convicted felon. I am a disbarred lawyer, but I also brought the documents. There's plenty of testimony, corroborating testimony to go around. And at the end of the day, we have an indictment today. So clearly, that means that the information provided was more than enough for the grand jury to come back with a determination for an indictment. Oh, by the way, for Donald, since we're talking about convicted felons, see you on Tuesday, pal.
Joining us
See you
now
on
is
Tuesday,
Jim
pal.
Trusty. He is
See
a
you
current
Tuesday.
attorney for Trump in the Department of Justice probe into the 2020 election.
Wow.
Do you expect
I love
that
the
he's
soap
actually
opera.
going to...
I love how they're all just
on
stabbing
Tuesday,
each other
as
in the
we've been
back,
talking about?
too.
Yeah, I don't have any inside info to share on that. I mean, we'll sort through it.
It's like
We'll deal with
fucking
it.
like Gundam, but like not intelligent. It's like Gundam Wing when all like the politicians start stabbing each other in the back, but it's like, my last name is Pizza. Ha! My last name's Calamari. Hey, I am a traffic cone.
Process. I think right now we're dealing with the enormity of the injustice.
I'm not going to say anything.
Shocked of seeing people like Mike.
It's hard for me to hold it in, but I'm not going to say anything about this one. But like, come on. His last name is Trusty? Are you fucking joking? Hey, this is my lawyer. His name is James Trusty. Like, if this was on television, I'd be like, oh man, these guys are just trying to They're lapping this up. There's no way that you have a cartoonish lawyer by the name of Jimmy Trusty. I would be like, come on, like, be a little bit more creative. Really? Bobby Calamari and Jimmy Trusty? Like, what's next, dude? Antonio Pepperoni? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Representing Trump in the January 6th investigation.
And then, like, the next one is actually
There are several investigations now
Johnny
facing him, including with
Pepperoni
this
or
indictment.
Antonio
How does the legal team manage
Pepperoni.
all of these investigations at once?
Well, we've got a good team. We got a lot of different.
You kidding me, lady? You know how many
so
fucking
serious.
Italians are in the tri-state area working on this right now? Don't make me bring up Bobby Calamari. We got more Italian lawyers working on this than ever before, all right? You fucking kidding me?
A good
They
team.
don't call me
Always
Jimmy
good
Trusty
Italians.
for no fucking
With food for
reason.
last
Got a bunch
names.
of real lunch pail guys
Holy
over here.
shit.
They're fighters,
In the
all right? They're
Sopranos.
fucking fighters.
We like
We got
Chuck,
Giovanni
Bates for last
Carbonara.
name.
We got...
Like, yeah. Another one.
I gotta give it to Hassan. Hassan is like, this is gold. He's going on a field day with this. He's just like, holy shit, man. Hassan's just killing it on this one. Holy shit, I accidentally ripped out 2, like, eyelashes. No, 3 eyelashes.
You're balding.
So, like, my eyelashes have been shedding, right? Like, every day, like, I've been, like, pulling, like, a couple out because, my eyes get irritated. And so, like, they've been shedding a lot. But, like, on my other one that doesn't really shed very much, I just, like, pulled 3 off at once. I was like, oh, shit, that's crazy, man.
Alfredo spaghetti. I'm just naming fucking foods now. Fuck it.
Alfredo spaghetti.
Alfredo spaghetti.
We're taking no fucking days off.
You noted all the attorneys who are on the team. How
Sorry, go
many exactly are there? How many attorneys are there representing Trump at this time?
Yeah, I want to know all the good guys.
I don't have an exact.
Dude, yeah.
Trump's new lawyer, Alfredo spaghetti.
When you talk
As many Italians are out there, that's how many fucking lawyers he's got. You fucking kidding me? You asking me a question like that? Every day there's a new Italian in Staten Island that passes the fucking bar. We immediately hire him onto the fucking team over here. Get the fuck out of here.
That's pretty good.
You look like 30-year-old Matthew Calamari. It's true. He fucking does over here. Dude, Matthew Calamari is so powerful. I fucking love him. Oh my God. One of
This
my
is great.
immediate new favorites in the Trump-verse. He's the chief operations officer.
The
You know
Trump-verse.
He's beating the shit out of some people at Trump Plaza. You just know. Yes, his last name is really Calamari. Also, strongest hairline. Possibly better hairline than Ethan Klein, as a matter of fact. Okay, this is the last thing that we're going to look at. Remember, there's a lot going on today.
You know, the Democrats say no one is above the law. Let's let the process play out. Republicans say that this is just a witch hunt, legal voodoo. What do you
Legal
say? What was
voodoo?
your reaction?
Legal
Are they both right?
This
We
is
don't know. We don't know what's in
cartoonish,
the
man.
indictment. That's my first reaction was, let's wait till we actually find out what's in the indictment. Of course, that's a night.
Of course, you can't do that. Let's be real. There's no waiting. Partially because Donald Trump himself has quite literally been the person leaking this grand jury shit before anyone was supposed to know,
Oh my
because of
goodness.
the people that they pulled in from his team, which in and of itself is not allowed, for the record. You're not supposed to know what the grand jury indictment counts are supposed to be. We don't know any of this yet. Like, none of this stuff is public. A lot of this stuff is supposed to be made public when he is arraigned.
We begin this hour with the
Okay,
indictment
I'm going
of
to skip this one, and we're going to go into fuck Mike Pence. We're going to go into will Trump supporters respond when he's arrested.
A grand jury in Manhattan has voted to indict former...
A lot has been said about what Trump supporters are going to do, but to be honest with you, they haven't really done much.
2 nights before the rally, Trump lashed out at the prosecutor in the hush money case, posting on Truth Social that a charge against him could result in, quote, death and destruction.
Trump is warned of.
That's crazy, man. That's
Should
a
that
crazy
be like that terroristic threatening should be added to his charges?
Oh my God.
That's crazy, man.
He's insane for that.
He really is. It's crazy. Hey, Chroma, can I just like come move in with you so that I can like not be a part of like so that I can, like, enjoy, like, politics like you guys do in Canada.
Oh yeah, without feeling the after effects of it?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Hell yeah. I'll just sleep, like, under your, like, in a shoebox in your closet.
Yeah. That's the only thing I got.
Yeah. Yo, the Sneako talk. Yo.
Sneako talk.
Sneako. Let's see here.
I know it's April 1st, but I'm not fooling.
Laughing
The title is not a joke. I talked to Sneako. And I gotta be honest, I had butterflies in my tummy. I was more excited to talk to him than I would be to talk to Santa Claus.
There
now, I
we
know
go.
this will be coming as a shock to
I
a lot of you, a
changed
bit of a jump
the
scare,
name
so I
of
hope
the
you're sitting
thing.
down so it doesn't knock you off your feet. Sneako and I have not been on the best of terms recently. We've tried our best to keep it a secret and keep it behind closed doors, but unfortunately, it's bled into the public
Sneako
eye,
didn't keep it a
and you know what? By golly, I'll say it with my whole chest.
I love how he's, like, talking about how it's, like, like they've been trying to keep it secret when it was just a full-blown Twitter drama type shit. I love that. They're over there doing it on stream and everything. It's great.
Just for all to hear, we just haven't liked each other. We haven't seen eye to eye on many things, so our internet beef has become this fine Wagyu steak. It's been this very tasty, juicy bit of drama between the two of us, and today it finally boiled over and we had a conversation. And I want to show you some clips from it. He actually asked me to record, so don't think that this was some kind of one-party consent thing where I pulled the wool over his eyes and pulled his fucking pants down to surprise him with a recording. He had actually asked me to. And I want to show you how this went, because it was actually a very interesting conversation we had. I want to tell you how we got there. It's because last night I noticed Sneako was raving about cuties on Twitter yet again, talking about how much he loves it and how he'll always defend it, but then said that I wouldn't.
Values are in the face of satanic wokeness. I love cuties. What the fuck?
Debate him on it. And this little nugget of cringe had me scratching the hair on my chin, confused. I wouldn't debate you on it. I would actually love to hear your side of things on how you could possibly excuse the blatant sexualization of the child actresses in the film. Now, I'm not a debater. I actually am not a fan of debates in general. I prefer just general conversations as opposed to these, like, gotcha and leading questions and traps and shit. I think that's not very conducive to actual understanding of different sides of arguments. So, I don't debate, but I was very willing to have this conversation with Sneako, and I reached out to talk to him, and he was more than willing to talk about it. So we did. We talked about cuties and even talked about all of our general grievances with each other. And this was a very different side of Sneako. I went into this expecting him to be his standard, unhinged, like very animated, cartoonish self that I see in all of his content on Twitter and Rumble, where he's doing these like temper tantrums and like throwing his ass in a circle and going wild, hog wild. But here, this was a very laid back, very calm and collected Sneako who was actually more than willing to concede on some of his points as well as see different sides of situations. And I didn't expect that. And I'm very appreciative of that pleasant surprise as well, because I went into this with pretty low expectations, but after finishing our talk, I'm actually pretty curious to see where Sneako goes next, because, like I mentioned, there are some things that he just fully admitted, like maybe he was guilty of doing similar things that he criticized others for, and that he was going to be repurposing his message and changing things around to make it more conducive to positivity. So overall, the whole conversation went in a totally different direction than I expected. Of course, he's still very passionate about some things, and we still fought on quite a few things, and the reality is there's just a lot of things that I don't see eye to eye to him on with some of the things he talks about. But overall, I really walked away with a very different impression of Sneako from this. Now, I know I'm blue-balling you here, but one more thing that I think is important to mention, he has said that he's wanted to debate me over the last 2 weeks here. He even made this big hullabaloo on Twitter about how I ducked a debate with him on Aiden Ross' stream. Even though he had not replied to any of my DMs at that point, there was no debate scheduled between him and I. So that was just a blatant lie. I think he was just joking around about it, and it missed the mark because people actually thought that I was avoiding him. But he's not wrong in the fact that I really didn't want to have a conversation with him over the last 2 weeks because all of it was extremely geared towards hurt feelings. At least that's how I interpreted a lot of his statements. It seemed to focus more on me saying P.
This got the approval of Persea. So let me like send it now that Third Eye is no longer streaming. I did send it to Third Eye, get their opinion on it.
Show.
What happened?
I'm sending the application to Third Eye. There we go. Back to the I smacked my face.
And him taking it as he's canceling me. There's not a whole lot of productive conversation that can come from that with me just explaining over and over again that I'm just insulting you, and that's the simple brass tacks of it. But over the last 48 hours, it really does feel like he's had this come to Jesus moment where he's recognized that I was never canceling him. I was making fun of him. He even issued an apology about bringing up my girlfriend and stuff like that, and has recognized that he has been off the mark on a lot of things recently as well. He also, like, apologized for being a cuck, which was a wild thing. He talked about how cuckoldry was a mistake. So it looks like he was never okay with it, even though for a time he did say everyone should try it. It looks like he's changed his perspective on that and now looks back on it with a lot of regret, which isn't surprising since those insults were not some of his favorite to keep hearing. So that's not really a discussion we had. I think and have always said whatever happens between consenting adults in the bedroom is fine. As long as no one's getting fucking hurt, there's no, like, victims, it's consenting adults, you're good to do whatever makes you happiest. The reason I always talked about the cuckoldry is, one, because fucking hilarious that a lot of his beliefs now go very much against his past of being open to watching his girl get fucked in front of him by multiple men on a couple occasions. And two, it was illustrating a bit of ridiculousness with him being the moral authority on healthy relationships when he himself was in a very confusing one that he wasn't proud of, yet still preaching that people should do it anyway. That was the whole point behind it. I wasn't trying to kink shame like a lot of people started accusing me of. If you want to be a cuckold, then be a proud one and be okay with it and comfortable in your own skin about it. So, it has seemed like he's been more receptive to real talk, and that's what we had. So let me go ahead and show you now. The first thing we talked about was cuties.
This discussion with you about cuties.
His face, man! What the fuck? The angle was not good. He looks like his head is like a fucking piece of wood. From that angle, like, it looked like it was carved out of wood. What the fuck is that angle, man?
Since I dropped that video back in 2020.
How time flies, man. Well, better late than never.
So, have you seen the movie?
Yeah, so you mentioned you saw my video, so you know I didn't finish the movie. I physically couldn't. I found it just to be completely repulsive.
Haven't you seen a lot of other movies that have repulsed you before? I watch horror movies. I watch movies that are provocative quite a bit.
Yeah, but this is something I feel isn't being recognized. There's a difference between being repulsed by fiction, which is like horror movies, you know, that's not real, and being repulsed because there's real children doing sexual things. You can't fake that. The actresses were 11 to 13 years old. They were twerking. There was some very gross scenes in there, and like the cameras would zoom in on their chest and their ass and their crotch. Like, that's a very different kind of repulsed.
That's what we agree on. I don't agree that those scenes are good. I don't agree with the sexualization of children. I defend the movie because I defend the morality of the movie. And I think that most people that were disgusted have seen those clips or didn't watch the whole movie like you. So that movie was taken out of context quite a bit. People don't really see the moral of the movie, which is defending Islamic values and also pointing out the very real problem that young girls have going on social media and doing these dances. I agree that it's disgusting. I agree that those scenes are repulsive, but I think you could be repulsed by TikTok and pretty much what young girls are doing on social media every single day as well. I think that people outraged at that film should also be outraged at everything that girls are doing now on Instagram, TikTok, and all these apps.
Well, see, but here's the thing. So let's break it down to the very bare essentials. Can children consent?
Can children consent? No, they can't. We agree.
So then why do you think it's excusable to exploit them after having them sign up for this film? If you admit they can't consent, how can they possibly give the okay to be shaking their ass and having a camera all up in their shit while they're doing sexual things, like that scene where she takes a picture of her vagina, the scene where they're doing literal, like, toying around with cam sites, like, that's very different. Like, no one is disputing the message, right? It's a message.
I agree with the intention of the movie. I don't think
He's making a lot of good points. That's like...
Bro, this is an hour long?
Yeah, it's an hour long.
It's the whole meeting?
It's the whole meeting. It's like... the freeze frame, man! That's... The angle just doesn't... It's... Sneako, this is a bad angle, bud.
Sneako doesn't know his angles, okay?
He does not. He doesn't. Okay, so let me start off with... Sneako is by far not an ugly dude. But this angle just does not compliment him at all.
Hey, we're trying to have a nice conversation here, you know?
Should either go with a straight shot or a above shooting down.
This is like...
But of underneath him.
He's like... I understand like what he's trying to say, but it's like it feels like he's just not understanding like what Charlie's trying to say, and I don't understand why it's so hard for him to like understand like, hey, the message is okay. It's the fact that the movie was shot is the problem.
Yeah.
It's like this is kind of gross, bro.
The message that you're saying is fine, and it's
Message
not
is
okay for
fine.
TikTok to happen. It's not okay for all the things that you're talking about to happen. But the children can't consent to be in this movie.
By filming the movie, the idea of it already kind of is wonky. Like,
Well,
the
I mean,
intentions are already kind of wonky by filming it. It goes against what it's... So it's not like...
They could use young-looking 18-year-olds and, 20-year-olds and stuff like that.
Yeah, they
to
could
film
have.
the movie.
They could have done what Nickelodeon used to do. It's hire
Is that
adults. That's what they used to do. Like like Drake and Josh were like in their like early 20s playing like teenagers.
Oh.
On Drake and Josh. But they were like child actors too before that. But it was like, and then like iCarly, they were like early 20s playing teenagers. You had Zoe 101. Actually, Zoe 101 took place in college, I think. No, it didn't take place in college. It was like a boarding school, wasn't it? It was like a boarding school, like in high school. Wait,
really
let me
don't
check. Let me check real quick. Zoe 101. Premise. Series centers around Zoe Brooks as she enrolls at Pacific Coast Academy, a prestigious... It's a boarding school. So they were in a boarding school already. You know what? What if we just watch Zoe 101 on stream?
Disney comes after you? Wait, is it under Disney?
No, it's Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon comes after me, and then I'll just throw in their face, like, you really want to defend a series that was written by Dan Snyder? Just say, fuck you guys.
The parent organization is from Paramount.
Oh, I'd have to fight Paramount. Oh, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit.
That's what we completely agree on. But I think that was an important movie to point out how many people get sucked into this world. I think that was needed. That movie was needed to be made. And I also
shot
think
it
that
different.
movie encouraged
they could have.
pedophiles.
Out of all the ways
like,
they could have presented
look
this,
at these
this
girls.
idea,
I think that they're more likely to go on TikTok and find girls that
they
they're
really
attracted
had to
I don't
do
think
it like
this
that.
really attracted people to these girls.
Well, it's not like I'm here arguing that this movie created pedophiles, right? But what it did is it delivered a film that they would watch for totally different reasons than the message. Again, the message isn't something that I or pretty much anyone has an issue with. The message is, like you mentioned, the social media poisoning them, making them do the sexual things, which is a problem. But this movie contributes to it since it still used real children to sexualize them, to showcase it. That's the issue. You didn't need it to be children.
I don't think it contributes to it, because when you see girls doing this on TikTok, they don't know.
I don't see girls doing it on TikTok, though, is the thing, right? The only people that would are going to be the pedophiles. They would go and search that out.
Yeah,
this movie was advertised on Netflix.
No, that's not true. Every time, I don't have TikTok on my phone, but once in a while, before I was banned, I would go on there, and the first 3 videos would be the same thing that you see on Cuties. And that's why I uninstalled the app. That's why I refuse.
I don't know what kind of side of TikTok he's on. That's really weird.
I have no idea. Yeah, that's real weird. That's real bizarre.
I get animals, and
but that doesn't make this film.
We agree.
I get
shit
posts. I get shit posts whenever I'm on there.
Personally, I never empathize with girls being attracted, being directed to that site before I saw that movie. That really made me understand what it's like to be a girl
if he's
and
watching
grow up
those
in that
videos,
age.
it's because he's watching those videos. They're recommending it to him.
I think we're getting... Yes, we agree that it is disgusting, but you are excusing it because you believe it highlights a very real issue, which it does. But it contributes to that issue by using children. They didn't have to use kids. You recognize that, right? They could have used...
They didn't have to use kids. But I also look at the director and I look at the moral of the movie, and I don't think that it was anything unsafe, and I don't think that the director had any bad intentions making it. So maybe it shouldn't have been.
There's
can't consent.
Isn't there a child's pussy on one of the scenes? Isn't that what they were talking about 2 seconds ago?
I missed that. I looked at my phone. I was looking at something on my phone. I didn't.
Yes, that's what he was talking about.
Shit, man, that's crazy.
Like an actual child. Yeah.
Netflix puts a lot on there. I was watching Game Over, dude, and I saw more of an actor than I ever wanted to see.
He should not be existing. That is literally.
How is Netflix? How is Netflix still
Voice Critical is saying that this movie should not exist. I agree with him wholeheartedly.
Just the way it was shot should make it not exist, essentially.
How is Netflix still up?
I don't know.
That's
maybe it's not a Netflix original. They just took it, I guess. They're not technically responsible.
It is crazy. That's still on it's still on Netflix, and it's still being pushed out to
Yeah.
America.
So on it's
the
big screens.
That would get that would normally get someone get a company like Netflix banned in America, and it's funny because that's ignored, whereas TikTok is getting banned for something that makes no sense.
It's wild.
Yeah, that's crazy. But there's a lot on Netflix. It's why is this on here? What was it? It was 13 Reasons.
13 Reasons Why?
Yeah, 13 Reasons Why. Huh? Yeah, the suicidal, or not that word.
That's
that
the suicide one. 13 Reasons Why.
All right. So I recently found out that word is a word that you're not allowed to say on Twitch, and I tried to stop myself from saying in Minecraft. But so that one there has a scene where a kid is with a mop, and yeah, I'm not gonna go into it. It's just Netflix has a lot on there that shouldn't be on there. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I never watched it. I was told about it, and I was like, "What? Why are you telling me this? We're
When I
at
was
work."
in middle school, I think they like released a bunch of like notices about it because a lot of like these middle schoolers would be watching it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was the concerning content. I never watched it.
Yeah, like they had to retcon the last episode because there was like Netflix was gonna get shut down because
wow.
they believe because schools believed that it was gonna cause more school shootings. Because the ending was supposed to be the kid finally snaps and goes and.
I think it glorifies a lot of not so savory topics.
Yeah, it does.
Well, cuties. Very fun. Thank you, Netflix, for being really
awful.
Really awful. Bad choices. I don't know how they're still up, but.
Alrighty. Here we go. Let's get back into this. You know, this, I love how it's just yeah, we're gonna play We Happy Few, and then, we're talking about playing different, cute, funny, haha games, and then it's just yeah, we're talking about, how fucked up, Cuties is, and Trump and shit, just, went from, a haha fun haha stream to us just, talking about how fucked up the world is.
Yeah.
It's just
this is reality, guys.
As sexualized, but I defend the morality of the movie, and I also defend the effect that it had on me. When I watched that, it made me have a new perspective.
But do you see why that's kind of... Jesus. Sorry, that was my cat. Do you see why that's kind of concerning to
That was his cat? What? Let me put that back. Wait.
Roll it back, roll it back.
His cat sounds like a fucking motorcycle.
But do you see why that's kind of... Jesus. Sorry, that was my cat. Do you see why that's kind of concerning to hear, though? Because in the time that I watched that film, there were unreal amounts of sexual scenes. In fact, the majority of the movie was them doing the dance routines where they're smacking each other's ass, zoomed in on them shaking their ass in the camera.
Crazy,
there's that scene where a security guard's like, "What are you girls doing here?" And they're like, "We're dancers." He's like, "Prove it." So they start twerking for him, and he's like, "Oh, great, get in here." That is a problem, no matter how you spin it. Again, the message is fine. There was never anything wrong with the message, and maybe the intention of the director was...
How would you tell the director to convey the message in a different way?
You would just not use children. You could deliver the same message, and you don't use children. The problem is
I don't think it would be effective. I don't think it would be as effective. It's
So
unfortunate that it's misinterpreted, but you couldn't be able to have that
I think
effect
it would be
and know
very
how provocative
effective.
and how dangerous it is without using
It's
kids.
not misinterpreted.
They, of course, the
They
shots
could do
probably
more
did not need
with
to be
adults.
that bad, but when I watched that, I was absolutely disgusted. And like I said, it changed my perspective. And what I'm surprised about...
You can make
is that
the story a lot more, more comprehensive with adults, because, you can have scenes... you could arguably make the story a lot more effective and a lot, darker with adults.
Because they can have consent.
Yeah, they can, and they can do not. I'm not saying this is it's a good thing. Oh, did Chroma leave?
Yeah, I think we lost Chroma.
Chroma, no.
We already missed you. We need our garbage can for this hard garbage.
I wonder if they're having connection issues or something. Let me check real quick.
Okay.
I'll message him. Yeah, I sent a message to them to check on them. Oh, that you're here.
Yay, welcome back.
Yeah, I have streamer mode on, so it just doesn't tell me when you come or leave. And I just see on stream that you're like gone, and it's just like, what the fuck?
I think there's something wrong with my power supply.
Oh.
Or maybe I just knocked the little wire or something.
Oh, did your PC just straight up turn off or something?
Yeah, it happened twice today already. So I don't know if I knocked it or there's something actually wrong with my power supply.
That's a little scary, honestly, especially something that can easily catch fire.
Yeah, so I was gonna upgrade anyways, but I was just gonna wait a little bit, but I might just have to order it now. Cause that's it's kind of sus.
Alrighty. But, oh, what I was saying was, I'm not saying this is like something like I would watch or anything. It's kind of more so like, it gets the point across a lot better when you have like people that can actually like go in, not only just understand the job, but like actually like more accurately portray like these kinds of situations. And it's like, and arguably it would be much more stomach turning without it like having the same issue and being able to get the message across. Like, if people can't finish the movie at that point, they just have to say like it's too realistic and it really hurts that this happens, you know?
I couldn't finish watching. I couldn't even make it through the beginning scenes of it.
Oh, I didn't even try.
What are you talking about?
Cuties.
Movie Cuties.
Oh, watching Cuties?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
When it first came out, I didn't even realize what it was until I started watching it, and I'm just like, this is absolutely disgusting. And I didn't even care if it had a message.
Yeah,
I really just don't want to see a little girl's cooch. That's about it.
That makes perfect sense.
I didn't even get that far. I mean, it starts off with them.
Well,
just
that's what
filming all
I've
the
heard,
girls.
so I never just started because I just don't want to see that.
Man.
That's all I know. That's all I know is like it starts off with them just filming all the girls dancing, and I'm just like, this is disgusting.
You know, Chroma, I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, for not wanting to see a little girl's cooch. Yeah. Yeah, very riveting. Well, Nico here obviously wants to, doesn't mind seeing a little girl's cooch. He probably watches it several times too, so,
That's the scary part, is like, from the way he makes it sound, is that he does rewatch it.
Like, he is like, it's a masterpiece.
It's just like, bro, like, why are you like this? Oh my
You're
god.
disgusted by it, but it's like,
Why are you
there's a
still
reason Why
watching?
your TikTok is filled with little girls.
Why is it still watching?
Yeah,
like,
why is
yeah,
this TikTok
that's
curated?
a good question. That's a good question. We got an issue here, yo, Sneako. We got issues here.
Sneako, what's going on?
You're kind of self snitching right
TikTok's
now.
algorithm is pretty good. I
Yeah,
don't know what he's been seeing.
that's true. That is very true. But you're digging yourself a grave here, and it's like millions of people are watching this. Let me see here. How many people's seen this video? Dude, almost 190,000 people have watched this, and we're all
It's
like
only been
sitting.
20 minutes.
Yeah,
ago.
we're over here sitting here just like judging you by a lot here with some of the things you're saying.
In.
Yeah, we're only 12 minutes in. We got like a whole nother hour to like understand what's psychologically wrong with you, and it's not looking good, bud.
Who are against wokeness, because everything that your content is about, it doesn't seem like you've ever directed any energy towards how dangerous wokeness can be, which is exactly what that movie's about. It's saying how important Islamic values are in the face of wokeness. It's about a Western African family, Islamic. They go to France, a completely woke country that's now being burned alive, and women are running around topless. wokeness has consumed France, and it's pointing out a proper solution to this problem, which.
What?
Huh?
The fact that he's sexualizing the fact that there's topless women in France, it's like women not wearing their top in France is just legal.
Yeah.
It's not a sexual thing.
Isn't it also just a cultural thing? Like,
it's kids don't. There's no tops for kids either. It's just topless.
Like, not even like a. That's just France, that's been like that for
Yeah.
I feel like it's not a wokeness thing. It's just a cultural thing.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't understand. Like, he's using woke as like this crazy weird thing where it's just like, this isn't like. He's inserting woke for things that makes him uncomfortable. Is what he's doing, and it's just like.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Because it's not making any sense. Because it's just like, how is the movie Cuties like talking out against wokeness? Because this doesn't make any sense at all. Because it's like, I see like people like the Quartering using
I think it's
woke.
kind of funny because he was talking about how woke it is,
and then he's saying, "Yeah, you're right."
And now he's saying that it's now anti-woke.
It's like, what? That makes no sense.
Can't have both.
Some help.
Yeah.
He needs some help.
Yeah, I think there's some serious problems here.
There's like a lot, like.
And it's not the movie Cuties.
This is insane, like. Why did the sound
Just
stop?
embracing Islamic.
Oh, I thought that was me.
Charlie was right.
And it's pointing out a proper solution to this problem, which is embracing Islamic values.
Who was the director of the film? Do you know?
Her name is Mami.
I don't understand that either. Like, how is like
embracing values?
Okay, so here's my thing. I'm gonna say this quietly because I have a religious mother in the other room, so I'm getting closer to my microphone. I don't understand why you have to refer to some sort of religion in order to not sexualize children.
Keep it in your pants.
To treat people properly.
Yeah.
Or it's like that should be like a brain dead thing. Don't sexualize children. Don't sexualize
I would say
everything.
It's a little bit concerning if the only thing stopping you is the law and religion.
Yes, exactly.
It's a little bit concerning.
It's just like, you can have your religion, but why is that the reason why why you're being a decent person? That's my thing.
And religion has never been a deterrent, anyway.
Yeah, because it's, like a matter of fact, it's been an excuse a lot for. I hate to bring it up, but I don't think I know a religion that hasn't encouraged it.
Well, Sneako's using it as the excuse here. I mean,
it's weird
to excuse the movie.
He's really excusing the
doing
movie.
Something wrong.
Yeah, that's so weird.
Wrong is wrong. I mean, that's how do you can't.
Are you about to get
wrong.
canceled?
I'm probably gonna get canceled. It's okay. I had a nice run.
You had a nice run.
I had a nice run.
It's okay.
I don't think I've said anything inherently wrong. If someone comes in here and it's you're canceled, I'm just gonna be like, for what? And they're just gonna have to try to figure out how to spin it as something, and then it's just bro.
Spin it as pedophilia, good.
How?
Oh,
How is what I said that? And it's
we're
just
not showing that, and we're using adults.
We're adults. We're consenting adults. It's okay.
Very much.
Yeah.
I mean, your channel's not for.
It's not for children. That's what, yeah, it's a not safe for work. I don't so I don't go out of my way to kick anyone out of my chat for being a certain age or anything. I'm not gonna police that. It's if someone's watching my channel, it's in my mind, it's they're watching Adult Swim, I'm
Yeah.
not coming in here. I'm not saying slurs. I'm not over here showing ass and titties or anything. Like, I'm not saying anything that they don't say on American Dad. That's my
Fair.
point of view. Like, some of the jokes might be a little bit far, but it's like, you know, like, these are, like, it's Adult Swim humor, you know? I'm saying jokes that's been said on Adult Swim for, like, it's after, like, you know, the culture shift where, like, certain words have been, like, certain words and subjects are not allowed to be joked about. I want to mention that. We're not saying the R word. We're not saying the other, like, forbidden taboo language. We avoid the Twitch forbidden words as well, you know, it's... I think
try your best to.
Yeah, try our best to.
There's some of them that are just,
Yeah,
Is shrimp still a thing?
Shrimp? Yeah, some people have to say shrimp still.
Okay. Well, yeah.
It's like, it's just really crazy, man. You can call, like, I can call myself a simp, but I can't call you one.
Damn.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
It's like how you use it, whereas, like, you can't talk about saltines. You can say, I can say saltine, but you can't say the other word for it.
Oh.
I don't know if they revised that or not. I just remember, like, Vosh was talking about, like, you could still say the word, and then, like, he said the word, and, like, shortly after his channel got banned. He got banned on Twitch for a couple of days. It was funny. It was like, damn. That's crazy, man. But most of the time, like, you know, it's just like no one's watching my channel anyways, so it's just like I can say whatever I want. I'm just not gonna say, like, words I personally wouldn't use.
There it is.
I think, like, what's crazy is people don't understand that I'm just me on my streams, you know? Like, every now and then, like, I'll get hyped up on caffeine or something and just be wild and shit, buck wild. But that's, like, still me. I'm just going buck wild on caffeine.
Wild.
Yeah, I'm just, like, tripping on, like, caffeine. And, like, I say that because it's like I am like a recovering caffeine addict. Like, that is an actual thing in my life. And some people, like, don't understand, like, caffeine addiction is a very real thing. It's crazy.
Crazy.
Late night with Leafy.
Late nights.
Late night
get
with
it.
Leafy.
Late night with Leafy.
Late night at Leafy, ladies. Wonk.
Wonk wonk.
Wink wonk. You know what? I just realized I don't have my eyeshadow on. There we go.
Damn.
I got my eyeshadow back on. I got my makeup on, ladies.
Yes, girlies.
Actually,
Hey.
give me a minute. You ever watch Chowder?
I think I vaguely watched Chowder when I was a kid.
I forgot,
and then
like, Canada.
I forgot whatever happened to Chowder.
I forgot, like, Canada has, like, weird, like, they don't always have access to, like, these cartoons, but, Chowder...
Okay, you don't have access to Canadian cartoons.
I like the kitty cat. What was the kitty cat's name?
Chowder?
No. One who had the balloon.
The balloon?
I
Panini?
forget what different-
Here. This is great.
It's Chowder. I was sure of it.
Yeah, Chowder's, like, the main character, but, like, with the balloons?
Lady squats.
This is great. This show is amazing. I would watch this on stream if I was allowed to.
The cat
This is me right now.
I love that.
I love Mungdal. He's great. Like,
I might be thinking of the wrong cartoon.
Possibly.
I don't know. I keep thinking of the purple cat thing.
Yep, sometimes I gotta beat the ladies off with a stick. Back, woman! Back, I said!
Back, I said! Chowder out of context?
But he ate the context.
But he ate the context?
Ate the context.
This show is like fucking crazy. I love this. Chowder memes are the best.
Building. Get that camera out of my face.
Breakfast. Mom, I think we took the wrong escalator.
Why did that make me laugh?
Oh, don't sneak up on me like that.
How do you want me to sneak up on you? Like this?
Mr. Fugu.
Oh, man. Mr. Fugu?
Yeah, man. Shake it. Own that skirt. Tell it who's boss.
Tell it who's boss?
And it's Scarlet. It's Scarlet. Okay. I remembered it correctly.
Okay, we'll have to picnic somewhere else.
All the best chefs have a catchphrase.
I don't have a catchphrase.
All the best chefs have a catchphrase. Get away from me!
Chowder, calm down. The dentist is all done with you.
Yeah, but he still hasn't caught the bear!
The bear! He still hasn't caught the bear.
You got boogers! He's dead. Chowder is dead.
I forgot about that episode. That's a good episode. The one with like the thing just rubbing the window and then he's like screaming. It's great.
Want a cookie, Chowder? Would I? Oh man! Hey fellas, what's going on?
Fucking love this show.
Relationship comedy. Comedy gold. Oh
Relationship comedy.
Well, I didn't make it fly.
Oh, sure. Anything's possible in one of these 30-minute specials.
That was like the very last episode too.
I think I sprained my Gurgen.
And the next morning.
It's okay, precious.
And the next morning.
I'll protect you.
You know, Chowder, we should really spend more time like this together.
Brah!
He's ballin'.
Duck, duck,
Ballin'.
duck, duck.
Duck, duck.
That's all?
Duck,
Got
duck.
any ideas? No, no more rocks. Everything is rocks with you.
Everything is rocks with you.
Darling, I never thought I'd say this, but wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Did I just have a baby?
Oh, that is rude.
Baby, I never thought I'd ever say this with you. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Speaking facts.
Fucking love that.
No, I'm not a baby.
Are you a hernia?
No, can't be a hernia. That's crazy.
Then you must mean my inner voice.
What?
Well, wherever we are, we landed in Slapioca pudding. Here, try this. It's straw barbleberry.
Okay, now! Do what I told you, go!
I'm laughing way too hard at this shit. This is what childhood nostalgia is like. You just start laughing at the dumbest shit. Just because you laughed at it as a kid.
What? Hey, Chowder, want to run for president? No, thanks. I'm really more of a walker.
Oh, hi.
I'm more of a walker.
Gonna walk with
Rado,
President?
I'm one of the skeletons in Endive's closet. Please help me.
I think he's dead. Purple nurples! Purple nurples! Purple nurples! Purple nurples! Purple nurples! Purple nurples!
Who are you?
Who are you?
Chowder, we're on our way.
Damn. Yeah, that's a dumpy.
Endive.
Dear boy.
I play the Milky Cow game!
Hey, excuse me, Chico. We have no Milky Cow game here.
Yo! What you doing back there, boy? Can't you see? I'm completely covered in pudding.
Pudding! Pudding!
Pudding, pudding, pudding. Oh my gosh, what the fuck?
No,
I don't remember that at all.
We are the picture of health.
Mom, I don't want to be a man.
Okay. So, how to rent us a boat like a man? Yeah, like that.
He's imploding.
Yes, now it's safe to lean in really close to you and...
He jumped, Miss Endive.
They always do, my dear. They always do.
They always
I'm
do.
quite proud of my girlish figure, thank you. I've caught you staring, Schnitzel.
This is weird.
But like you, totally like go to
I don't remember this episode.
like lipo and smoothie shop, like totally. Okay, gently crack one schmeg.
Oh, so that's how you're gonna be. Well, fine. You just lost out on this, baby. You just lost out on this.
Me, for real.
It's a real whopper. Why would you say that? I've been trying to lose weight. Chowder, that's okay if you don't want to go. I understand. Dang it! Dang it! Why now? I had so much to almost live for.
Almost live for.
Hold it right there.
Ah, towels.
Okay, that's disgusting. I'm going away forever, Kimchi. Bye. Make your dreams a reality, Kimchi. I love you.
Make your dreams a reality. Kimchi, I love you.
Look him up!
Mother says you can tell a lot about a person from their handwriting. That's why she reads my diary.
Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up!
Our dish should be done right about now. Anyone got any ideas?
Rada, rada.
Not the furnace.
Gotta let her down gently. Gotta let her down gently. Oh, hi, Chowder. I'm not your boyfriend!
Hey, why do you have that strange look on your face?
What strange look?
Time for evil! Pachoo! Whoosh! That's all! Sweep it around! Sound the alarm!
That's pretty good.
No, thanks, Chowder.
Please?
No, Chowder.
Pretty please.
What the? I'm a little confused here. Schnitzel, there should be a crate on the exact spot where I'm stuck.
What the fuck? I don't recognize that
You
episode.
said that yesterday when we drove by it.
Hey, that house wasn't there before.
Refuse! 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 Sure, it's exciting. It it's one of the cornerstones of throwing a good dinner party. That and a good music mix. I can't believe I know these people. What? He said to do it. I'm gonna go cry myself to sleep.
End the show now.
That's a mood. Oh man, that's such a fun show. I love it. That was a good.
Dukure.
That was a good palate
Aminu
cleanser.
Dukure, I think that's her name. She's a Western
we get
African
back to
woman,
this.
and she moved to France. So
Palate
I imagine that
cleanser
she had a
for
very
the
similar
century.
experience, and she was trying to portray what
Oh,
it
I
was like
popped my
growing up.
knee.
So the message of the
No.
movie is about social media and almost exclusively. She directed the film based on seeing some children in a neighborhood doing sexual dances and wondering how did it get to that point? This isn't okay. So the movie was supposed to be about how does a child get to that point, and it's about how social media is poisoning them and they're constantly comparing themselves, they're seeing these things, so they're putting on makeup and they're doing sexual shit. And they never really understand why or the consequences of it. It's not a critique on wokeness though. Of course,
Do what?
anything in the art field you can derive your own meaning from. I
Did you say, like,
recognize
what are
that
they
almost
doing
everything.
Sneeko, why is he outside in the meeting? Meeting Moist.
There's no telling.
Not any earbuds either, so you're just hearing like he's probably on speaker.
Yeah, like it's surprisingly quiet.
Yeah.
You encounter in life, you tie back to either cancellation or wokeness. But in this film in particular, this is a movie
He might
really
like, be
feel
on press
conflicts
to
hard
speak
with your
too.
ideology. Under no circumstances should children be sexualized is where I stand. Do you
But
disagree?
it's the fact that the public is probably hearing Moist argue against pedophilia.
There's a lot of things in movies, like I don't agree with incest in Star Wars, but Star Wars has incest scenes. I don't agree
that's
with
not
incest, but it's portrayed.
It's not real incest though. This is real children being sexualized. It's not fake. These are 11.
I agree. But I'm defending the point of the movie.
You can defend the
And I
point of
do
the
not-
movie
and I'm
while,
not-
but you can still condemn the movie itself. The point can stand on its own 2 feet, right? Like there is a problem which you recognize with kids being sexualized, in specific on TikTok. That is a problem in and of itself. But you can still condemn this film for contributing to the thing it's supposed to speak out against, which is sexualizing children, which you have admitted it does, and it didn't need to, like you said. That is the
so
problem.
maybe they shouldn't have used child actors, but I agree with the point of the movie. But how do you think that the point could have been conveyed in a better way? You think
Like
should they have used 18-year-olds to play 11-year-olds?
That's exactly what most movies have done for a long time. A quick example is The Last of Us using Bella Ramsey to portray a 14, 15-year-old. Like, you can do that, and that's a lot more acceptable because there is no longer a victim. Like you'd said, children can't consent. These kids could never fully consent to being sexualized in this film like this on the big screen.
I would argue that when they use 30-year-olds and 27-year-olds to play high schoolers, like in Euphoria and like in 13 Reasons Why, it actually sexualizes kids more because we start to mature high schoolers and we think of them in a different way. People in their 30s.
What was that statement?
Is he saying watching Zoe 101 made him want to like... Do I even want to finish that sentence?
He's saying that Star Wars is about incest. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, but he's like, we're like way
You missed
past
the entire
that.
point of the movie.
Like we're
Empire
like
Strikes Back.
we're like way past that though. Like we're at the point where he's over here like saying
By
like
his logic with the Star Wars thing, that would make people want to do more incest. I
Yeah.
don't.
That's what I'm saying.
No one's doing that.
guys, you heard, chat, you've heard it here. It's Star Wars' fault that Alabama has its problems.
Oh my god. But what I'm saying is to get to the now point, what he's also saying is that when you use a 30-year-old to play a 14-year-old, people see that 30-year-old as a 14-year-old.
Man.
So it gives permission to do these things to 14-year-olds. That's what he's saying, and that's not the case.
Like, I think like the really like crazy thing here is like
Still can't consent.
things like cuties like does like normalize this stuff to like the brain, and this is like the argument with like Lolly and Shota stuff. is like what it does is like it normalizes it to people and kind of like reprograms people into thinking like this is okay when it's not. That's
for sure.
That's the argument on it, and it's like Sneako is on the opposite spectrum of that argument, trying to argue that it's okay because it's delivering a positive message and that the mental anguish these children had to face having this like imagery of them put out there is worth it. That's basically what Sneako is saying, and I don't think he understands that's what he's saying. That's the hill he's trying to die on.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even understand that's what he's saying himself. He's very much like this argument has been made several times in the past for other like things, and it always ends the same way, and Sneako doesn't understand, like, you know, he's kind of just falling into that same like issue there.
30s and their late 20s get addicted to euphoria, and they have ideas.
You know, this is going to be a great pod to make public on my YouTube channel.
Oh.
What you should have just done was just agree with Charlie.
Yeah.
And basically be like going, I'm sorry that I said the things about this movie. I apologize. And that's it.
That's it. But like, I feel like a lot of public personalities have like a lot of pride. You know,
Yeah.
they probably built up a lot of narcissism due to their numbers, you know?
He's been on the internet forever, Sneako has.
Yeah.
You're like, I didn't even know how
They're
long he's
proud.
been on here. He's been on here since he was like 16, 15.
That can really change a person, you know?
Oh wait, that makes him part of the where he couldn't consent when he started to where he is now.
Mm-hmm. And guess who was one of his bestest buddies at the beginning?
Who?
Keemstar.
He's besties with Keem.
He was at one point. But I
Oh,
think he
wow.
also had beef with Keem.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's like this whole thing, like, even Keemstar said, like, dude, you're catching L's here. It was just
The
like,
wise words.
wise
Catching
words
L's.
of Killer Keemstar.
Killer
They start
Keemstar.
romanticizing teenagers in a different way because they don't use actors in that way, and they make them look more mature.
That's a completely separate conversation you can make arguments for, but that doesn't work here because it sexualizes already real children, right? So I think you're getting hung up on like the what ifs and like whataboutisms on other sides, but the core doesn't change. So let me give you an example. It is realistic to use kids for the message, right? Because it's about kids. Well, what if the child was naked doing the vagina pic? If they showed the kid's vagina, is that now too far? It's still
That's
realistic.
too far. So there's two ways the movie could have been changed to be more effective and that people would understand the message. One, they could have used child actors and they should not have been sexualized in that way. Or two, they could have been 18 plus and it could have been sexualized, but then it wouldn't have been as effective. One of the two should have changed. I agree.
Okay. So then, do you think there's like levels to sexualization of kids that is acceptable and then unacceptable?
No, this is never acceptable to sexualize children, but
Then
No.
we agree. So then can we then say, since this film sexualized children, I can't really champion the film. However, the message is okay. Like, I like the message.
I agree completely. But the reason I defend that movie is because I think everybody just saw those scenes and looked past the message and looked past the
Oh my
good moral
goodness,
that
he's
the director
missing
had to
the...
make.
Going back
That
to
could
that
very
point,
well be the case for some people, right? 100%.
I would say
But-
most people who hate the movie haven't seen it. Most of the people accusing me of being a pedophile for defending the movie. Haven't seen it.
Even
have no
I
idea
know
what
what it's about.
but
I've
just
never
seen
watched it.
those
I know
scenes.
the point
But they're
of
also
it,
still not wrong
but, like,
for
the
being
way they
upset about
filmed it
those
is,
scenes.
like, really
Like, can you
weird.
recognize
I think they
that?
should be more upset. At
So the thumbnail that they used for the movie itself is like CP on its own. I almost said like the no word on
the no word.
Twitch.tuvalu.
Yeah, I don't know what his point is, because as a person who never watched it, I do know what it's about, but I just don't want to watch it because of the way it was portrayed.
It's like there's like no one has to watch it, like, you know. It's I think what's weird is like, why did the movie have to be made in the first place?
Or like
It
made
didn't.
like that.
It didn't. It serves no purpose.
It really doesn't.
It's just like, this makes no fucking sense. It's like, this movie did not need to be made. Everyone knows what's going on. It's just like, people
really
are
doesn't have a
actively
plot.
trying to change things. People
At
are
least I
already.
don't think it does.
Hmm?
I don't even think it has a plot. I think it's just like, you know, trying to draw attention to this whole thing about it's just disgusting.
It's like, you could like, you could have made like a documentary, like it would have the same effect. You could like actually have like, you could actually sit down like children who like do these TikTok things and talk about like their favorite TikToks, like what kind of dances they do, where they're learning it from and stuff. It's like, you'd be able to find the root of the problem that way. You would get the same message across, arguably even more people will watch it. Because people, like, it's so crazy, like, how much, like, people have grown to love documentaries. Like, it's so crazy. It's like, there are people from, like, all, like, from everywhere that loves documentaries. Even more so than, like, these, like, movies, like, that they're trying to show here. It's crazy to me.
Problem. I think people should direct that anger instead of calling me a pedophile on the internet. They should look at the system that turns these girls into sexual objects at a young age and be more angry at that. That is the real issue. That is the bigger problem at large.
They do, though. It's not mutually exclusive, like where it's one or the other.
Do they? Do you?
Do I what? Talk about the problem?
Do you direct that anger? I see you.
Now, from here, we started branching off into other conversational topics, but I do want to go ahead and give a little wrap-up here. After talking to him about it, it really feels like he sticks to his guns just out of pure stubbornness because he's defended it for so long. He's unwilling to forfeit on the point, even though he can clearly recognize that the sexualization of children is a bad thing. And since the movie sexualizes children, it is full stop a bad thing. He can't separate the message and applaud the message without applauding the whole film, which is a problem. He repeatedly calls it his favorite movie and how important it is, but he's only referring to the intentions with the message, and the message is fine, but the film itself is not fine. It wanted to speak out against social media, poisoning these children,
like cuties?
and you know, having them
Like,
do sexual things.
that's a
and it's
topic,
horrible.
right?
The,
But there's
the
so
film
many
wanted to call
other,
that out
like,
and point a light at how horrible it is, but doing
topics that you could be talking about.
So, like, what it is, like, do you know about, like, the whole Sneako situation?
That he's well, I know the cuties part. What else did he do? There was one more thing.
So, like, the only reason why the cuties thing is, like, a conversational topic is because, like, out of nowhere, on one of, like, Sneako's, like, on, like, a podcast Sneako was in, he just, like, randomly threw shade at Moist Critical and his girlfriend, calling them ugly. And that was just one of the points that Charlie, like, made in his response video saying, like, why he doesn't respect him. And that's the only reason why the conversation's there. Because that's like one of his second biggest point, and the other one is like he's a cuck who is
he likes being cucked.
Yeah. Well, like he doesn't like being cucked. He's fully admitted that like he didn't like it at all. What it was he admitted.
But everyone should have that experience.
Yeah, like apparently he's claiming that was a joke he made on a podcast or something. And it was like the problem with like Sneako
Only
is
in
like you
Minecraft.
can't tell with Sneako you can't tell when he's joking when he's not joking.
I mean, if he were to say he's joking like right now, like after like the whole cuties thing, that'd be
weird.
It'd be really weird. Like you wouldn't take it as ahaha, it's a joke. At that point.
Yeah. Well, the cuck thing was a joke.
Yeah, the cuck thing is a joke, but if you pull it off as a joke.
Yeah, like he's really like sticking to his guns with like the cuties thing because that was like a movie that he had been defending since like he watched it. And that was back in 2020, so he's like got 3 years of defending that under his belt.
But what I'm wondering specifically is why specifically Cuties is his favorite movie. There's also other movies that definitely talk about not specifically like CP, but like other intense topics.
Yeah.
Why does it specifically have to be CP?
So
like that's a
Well, you know, if it's that, I mean, there's like a movie called Kids that he could have, you know,
that
use adults.
Well, I think like we also need to go back to the his TikTok.
Oh yeah.
I think it's like so. I'm not gonna say anything, but like, I'm not accusing or anything, but I will say a lot of people who speak very like that are adamant of speaking out on subjects such as this. Are they themselves guilty of taking part in some of these things? It is an oddly weird coincidence, and I think it's usually... It's a really weird thing, like, I've had, like, conversations with, like, some people about this, and it's, like, it's really weird that, like, the same people who are committing like atrocious acts are the same people trying to speak out against it to try to cover their tracks. But I'm not saying anything about Sneako or anything. But
or
it's
anything.
quite coincidental, you know. Unless...
Yeah.
Although I will say, after the gun thing, I think he needs to be searched. Like, if he's, like, freely just going to be swinging a gun around, like, threatening Moist Critical, I think his home does need to be searched in the first place.
Yeah. Is that not considered a threat? Like...
It's quite threatening, but, I think, like, there's, like, someone has to, like, I think Moist Critical have to like
submit like a
something with that, and it doesn't help like he responded kindly with his own kind of threat, which like, you know, it was a really good like own, and it was cool, it was funny and shit, but it's like at the same time it's like Sneako could, like, if Sneako understood, like, he was, like, saying, like, he's not scared because he's got a bigger gun, Moist Critical could have been taken to, like, court as well for that.
I mean, wouldn't both of them be in the fault then? Then no
They
one really
would.
wins.
They would, but, like...
No one really wins
it's like, he would have to file, like, a, counter lawsuit for terroristic threatening. And they like it would end up being like a lawsuit kind of thing.
I see.
Yeah.
So they used real 11 to 13-year-olds and actually sexualized them. Thus, it's a fucking horrible thing that they produced. And by my definition and many people's definition, is child porn that shouldn't be defended by any means. Now, I wish Sneako would be able to just separate the message from the film, because the message is fine. That is something that you can applaud, but not the film itself.
Follow the narrative that's popular on social media, but I don't see you ever directed at the problem. Do you agree that wokeness is one of the biggest problems that corrupts kids nowadays?
Define wokeness.
Wokeness is the liberal ideology, is feelings over facts. I identify this way because I feel like it is, there's no gender, nothing matters, I do as I want, everything that's promoted on social media.
Do you realize half of what you just described is how you've lived your life for the last year? Like feelings over facts, for example. You champion bullying. You think bullying needs to come back. I have never canceled you. Can you recognize that? I've actually always spoke out against deplatforming, if you've ever noticed. I spoke out against it.
No, but you were also disingenuous. When I called out the Soy Boy collage, you were like, these people just hurt my feelings. Most of those people actively advocated
one
for my
person.
Cancellation.
Nick is not green is the
That's
only
not
person.
True. That's not true. Ethan Klein celebrated and clapped when I was banned and said, good, finally this misogynist is banned. What happens on the internet, I understand. It's good to have back and forth. Bullying is good because it makes you have to develop your character in a different way. That's not why I was upset.
What the actual fuck am I listening to? I
don't support him in any way, shape, or form.
I think it's really weird where he's like, my point of view is like, is he saying like trans and non-binary people are harmful to like the rest of the world?
Yeah, essentially.
Yes.
Like, we are harmful to the rest of the world. You know, I can agree that I am harmful to the rest of the world. I don't know about like Chroma. I don't know about Persea or Third Eye over here. You know, like, I don't think that they're very harmful. If anything, they're making the world a better place, in my opinion, because, you know, they're making things pretty nice and cozy and chill place.
You are very chill too, Leafy.
I don't know. I'm pretty woke. I'm over here. I'm over here creating like a bad environment, guys.
Yeah.
I'm hurting the world, guys. I'm pretty woke.
You're hurting the world.
I'm pretty woke.
Stop being so woke.
I'm so woke. Fucking shit, man. That's crazy. It's funny because woke is just like a word that's thrown around now that's like an insult for like whatever. Like, you use like there's like people that use it because they're putting like black people in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Or like they're putting like lesbians and something else. I don't know.
I get. Yeah.
It's just like it's a convenient
Dude, next is
word.
gonna mention the Matrix.
Oh my goodness.
That's the next
He is
move.
a tater tot. He is a tater tot.
He's gonna mention the Matrix. Let's go.
Yeah, he's one of the 3 tater tots.
I love that.
Yeah, the third one's Canadian though.
Dude, I thought like Andrew Tate doesn't even recognize him though. Like, who's this bitch type beat?
So yes and no, but this is one of like the social media influencers that he did like take under his wing, but the only one that he ever like really like keeps up with is Aiden Ross. He's the tater tot that like follows Andrew Tate really like pays attention to back.
Uh-huh.
This like Sneako, like he's weird because he's like a tater tot, but he doesn't like speak out like against like everything against Andrew Tate like Aiden Ross does. He just imitates what Andrew Tate's doing and is like making like a failed version of Hustler University.
Damn.
He's like, what he's doing is he's stealing, like, he's copying all of like the business models from Andrew Tate and failing at it. He's also, this is what's really bizarre. So on TikTok he has like this like podcast with like a bunch of women.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're like social media influencers. They have like a podcast, and they like invited him on, and he's like there. And what he does is that he uses them to get their attention, to take them back over to Rumble.
Rumble?
Yeah, over to Rumble. That's like a Kick, but like it's like a Kick and Rumble in my, like, to me, because I never like actually like paid attention to them. They kind of like they're interchangeable from what I understand, but he gets them back over to Rumble so he can like teach them anti-Semitic things. Actually,
what?
Yes, he like talks about shit like he believes like Jewish people run the world. It's crazy.
No.
It's insane, man. It's
That's
absolutely insane. It's just like, what the actual fuck, man?
I'm kind of speechless.
Insane.
Yeah, it is insane. This is the guy that's like defending cuties.
If I was the director of Cuties, I'd be like going, can you not support me?
He's making it even worse than the reputation they already have.
I remember watching a video about fucking shit, man. The inventor of sea monkeys. Like they're just like crawfish eggs or something like that. Something like prawn. No, they're like prawn eggs or something. They're like little specks and everything, and it turns out like he was like a huge supporter of the KKK, to the point where like the KKK had to like I'm trying to remember if it was him or H.P. Lovecraft. Like him or H.P. Lovecraft, they like said, "Can you please stop supporting us? You're making us look bad."
Me too, though. I do the same.
It's just crazy, man. This is crazy. I think it was H.P. Lovecraft, actually. The guy that invented sea monkeys, like, did some really fucked up shit, though. Like, he made, like, toys that was, like, really messed up, that, like, were, like, he hated children, too.
Wait.
Yeah, like, he would make, like, toys that were designed to hurt other children.
The fuck?
Yeah, and put them on, like, ads in, like, comic books. It was crazy, man. He just hated people.
He just
straight up hated people. It was crazy, man. Man, I can't wait for, like, this VOD to go up and I get, like, a bunch of lawsuits. Because I'm talking about, like, this fucked up shit.
I was upset because a lot of these people were secretly happy or secretly hoping that I was going to get banned because they disagree with my ideology.
But then why am I on that list when I've only ever spoke out against deplatforming? That seems like I'm there because I hurt your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings. I thought it was funny because you do look like the rest of them.
I don't understand how we're not
what
here to,
logic
to
is
get into
that?
the nitty-gritty,
That makes
I
no
guess.
sense.
After talking to Sneako, it became clear that he really lives his life fearful of wokeness. He is constantly haunted
so
by
scared.
the woke
He's
boogeyman,
shaking.
like he's trapped
The
in
woke
Luigi's mansion, but
boogeyman.
every ghost is woke. It's one of those things where every topic
he's
we
scared
started
of you.
talking about always
He's
tied
scared of
back
me.
to either cancellation
Yeah.
or
You know
wokeness,
what?
which I think
Let me, like, come over here. Is Sneako on Twitter?
What are you doing?
Sneako. Is he on Twitter still?
Oh. Or did he get banned for his...
Okay, he's on Twitter.
Yeah.
Can I, like, show his Twitter on... Alright.
What are you doing?
Here, guys.
Ugh.
I'm afraid now.
Oh no. Leafy.
Alright, wait, 1 minute, 1 minute. I'm DMing him. I'm gonna send him a DM.
You're insane.
I'm gonna DM him saying, like... Yo, I am non-binary.
It's too old for him.
To play Garfield Kart. It's
Bro, he's gonna be pissing in his pants.
my
crying.
favorite game.
Stop it, you're gonna traumatize him.
I will even
God.
make you a Garfsona for free.
Damn, for free?
Home slice. There we go. On stream, on the VOD. There we go. I just went and spooked him.
Oh no, he's gonna be shit in his pants.
I went and spooked him. I went and scared the man.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
I think it's pretty sad to be in that state of, I guess, unease, where he's always feeling as though woke is breathing down his neck. It's haunting his dreams like Freddy Krueger. But I'm going to get into that just a little bit more in a second. I do want to mention that collage where he's claiming it's not people that hurt his feelings, it's people that, like, advocated for his cancellation and shit. Which, again, I never did. I have only ever made fun of him and insulted him. Or made fun of one of his friends that he felt the need to pick up the, you know, the White Knight's armor to defend the honor of. So, I, under no circumstances, fit any of his definitions there, except...
So chat. Alright. If he replies and he says he's down, I'll fix him, guys. Alright? I'll fix him. But Dad, I can fix him. I can fix him, Dad. That's what I'll do. I'll fix him. Don't worry.
Fix him.
I'll fix him. I'll teach him, like, you know, wokeness isn't as bad. Maybe I'll get him to be woke, you know? Maybe I'll show him, like, you know, it's okay to, like, gender is, like, a freedom of expression to where that if he wanted to wear a skirt, he's allowed to wear a skirt. There's nothing wrong with wearing a skirt. You know, your bros over here, like, man, you know, I want to wear a skirt. You can support it, man. You know, I'll start him off slow and talk about kilts. You know, that's, like, very manly in European culture, you know. It's kilts, you know, it's a warrior's garb.
I got married in a kilt.
You got married in a kilt? Yo, that's pretty sick. That friend I was telling you about that I scarred for life because I showed her I showed her what's it called? Idiocracy.
Oh yeah.
Her boyfriend wears a kilt at big events and stuff. Is like what's it called? Dress attire along with his father.
Very cool.
Yep. He also got into like chainmail.
I look like
he started
the rest
making
of the people
chainmail too.
Which I have still not to this day seen a single living, breathing human being that has said there is similarity between anyone on that collage. Fucking 30 people on that collage, and there's no similarity amongst any of them. All types of different backgrounds, faces, hair, everything, beliefs. It's not even fucking close. I don't know what he's seeing there. Maybe he's like face blind, so he sees everyone as like a default RuneScape character on Tutorial Island. I don't know. But anyway, back to the woke topic. I wanted him to define woke, and he gave me his definition of woke. To his credit, that was more than I would have expected, because last time I saw someone try to define woke, it was a fucking disaster. But he clearly does have at least some belief on what wokeness is and what it means to him. Now, he asked me if I think that's the biggest problem facing the youth today. And I didn't really get to get a clear answer in there because he kept switching kind of rapidly.
There's like a shit ton of things you need to like know. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
He's back. Whoa.
Oh, how long was I out?
For a little bit, and then Charlie stopped talking too.
Okay. Did I put him on pause and he was like... Let me like do this. This is gonna be my viral VOD that's gonna get me canceled and then like praised and then canceled again. That's how it works.
Yeah.
I'm the martyr. I'm the martyr for VTubers to talk about these hard-hitting topics.
These are such
Almost said
hard-hitting-
tockets.
I got
like-
suspended for a week, and I never want to be suspended again.
I've never been suspended.
I'm not gonna get suspended. I'm just gonna get Twitter canceled. That's what's gonna happen.
I don't think there's enough employees there to cancel you.
That is true. That's Elon Musk and like his like pet gerbil that secretly hates him.
Damn.
Yeah. Alrighty. There we go. Oh, what I was saying was Charlie had like a good point. That I think like children are being forced into like making a decision like way too early, like they're 12 years old and they feel like they have to be political or they have to do like or they have to agree with their parents.
Mm-hmm.
Which I really think it's messed up that parents will be like sitting there talking about like how much like try to like enforce their political opinions on their children.
For sure.
And I feel like that's the bigger issue because you get a lot of these like like all these kids like getting like at 18 like just like seniors in high school and they're over here they're like with these very like bigoted opinions without understanding why they think that way. Besides, well, Mom and Paul said this, and it's just like, and what does your mom and Paul know? It was like, well, their mom and Paul told them that. It was just like, okay, this makes no sense, bud. What does your mom and Paul know? What do their mom and Paul know? Like, you're not giving me like any like real arguments here. I'm over here talking about like the statistics of X thing, you know, and they're not like able to like give you a valid argument. They're just over here like regurgitating what was fed down, like that was forced down their throat at a young age, and so they've been brainwashed into thinking something that they don't fully understand. They aren't educating themselves. And it's a lot like that with all other kinds of subjects. There's these kids not like taking the time to learn anything, and it's just like you get these generations believing in these like really weird things that they don't even understand why that's what they believe. They aren't educating themselves, they're just being like fed something that's like makes no sense. It's like, this is what Mom and Paul told me. It's like, okay, but have you like read this article about how like lead paint hurts, like is damaging? It's like, but Mom and Paul said that they've been eating it for years.
Damn.
And they're fine. It's like, doesn't your Paul have like Alzheimer's at age 30? It's like, oh, that's just genetics. It's just like,
damn, genetics.
Genetics.
Yeah, and that's your genetics too, buddy.
Yeah. It's just crazy, man. It's crazy. I went on a whole ass rant right there. Shit. I'm not normally political. I've just been feeling political as of late. I felt freed by Trump going to prison. Or getting arrested, I should say.
Want to subscribe to one side of the political spectrum or the other, you are always being forced down one path in this level of tribalism where you always have to blindly support that side and hate everything and everyone on the other. I think that shit sucks fuck. I think that's a horrible way of living life, and it leads to a situation that we see a lot now where people aren't friends with someone that don't share every single thing in common. For example, I have friends that I disagree with on many things, but we're still friends.
That's another thing right there. There's people that's like, you know, you get along with everything else, but it's like, you know, they have like one differing opinion, and it's just like they don't want anything to do with you anymore. It's like, what the fuck?
That's wild.
Yeah, it's like...
I actually like that people have different...
Yeah.
think differently and challenge me.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just like some people, like, like, to an extent, yes, I agree with that. It's just like, I don't want it to be like combative, you know? It's like if they're like want to, like, if they can help me like think in another like way and understanding something and like trying to learn from it. That's one thing, but there's like people that are just like, they will argue with you because they think that's the way that you're supposed to go about it. It's just like, whoa, bro, like, can we just chill? I just want to have a casual conversation about this, trying to understand shit. It's like, no, we gotta argue, we gotta debate. I'm the master debater. It's like, and they unironically say that, not understanding what
I
it
am
sounds.
the master bait.
You are the master bait.
I am the master debate.
Are you?
Yeah, I am the master debate.
Damn, Chroma's the master debate.
Yep. I debate so hard.
You bait so hard.
Yep.
Friends at the end of the day, because
man,
we do have commonality in
They
like
say there's
personality, and
nothing
we have
wrong
fun
with,
together.
being a
We
master
don't need
debater,
to agree on everything, and
The
I wouldn't
master
want that.
debater.
I don't like echo chambers. And regardless of if you're on the woke side or the anti-woke side, you put yourself in an echo chamber no matter what. And both sides eat you alive if you so much as critique something about that side. It seems like it's constantly discouraged to think for yourself. You have to be fed your thoughts.
You know what he's describing?
What?
A cult.
Facts. Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, like, he's like, the way he just described it as a cult, and I didn't even think of that, because it's like, a lot of these, like, really, like, backwoods country families that I've seen, and, like, there's, like, liberal, like, families, too. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
That are like that. It's like, it's usually, like, with a military background, or, like, just really, like, it's just real wild to me, because it's just like, your family ends up becoming a cult, and it's really bizarre. And it's like, the, like, belief of, like, you have to be looking for a mate. Like, your mission in life is to find a husband or wife.
Interesting.
That have to be, like, Christian, that supports a military family, that, you know, like, it's a very, like, when you really think about it, that's, like, really bizarrely cult-like to think about. Like, they have to be this very specific criteria, otherwise, they are not okay. And then, like, some families get, like, even more, like, specific, too. Like, a little bit more, like, prejudice about it, too. With, like, they can't be fat. They have to be, but they can't be, like, pencil thin. They have to be, like, that perfect weight. They have to be a healthy weight. They have to have those really good childbirthing hips. Like, you know, really bizarre, like, breeding type shit. Like, it's really weird.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really weird. I've just seen so much of that. It's just like, bro, this is kind of weird on me. It was like, what about their personality? And it's just like, their personality doesn't matter as long as they love me. And it's just like, oh, that's, that's, like, you, like, I understand
Won't
it.
beat
It's
me
just,
out of love.
It's just like they like
Well,
talk about
yeah.
so many weird things too. It's like they've been brainwashed into thinking that's what they're supposed to do instead of what they want to do. It's like, I'm going into the army. It's like, do you want to go into the army? I'm a little scared, but that's what Pa taught me. That's what Ma wants me to do. It was just like, why? It was just like, because that's what Grandpa did. That's what Dad did.
Family tradition.
Family tradition. And it's like, it might even like go even deeper than that, where it's like, you know, the whole Uncle Sam shit, you know, where it's just like, do your part to serve the country. And it's just like a brainwashing like an entire nation into thinking like, you know, that's the American dream, going to fight for your country, when like the government designed it that way so that we can save, like, so that we can like, one, save money by sending young soldiers with no experience out to die, and then
they die.
Yeah, then they die, and then like if we win, we get the spoils. And it's like, oh, it's a win-win. And then rewrite the textbooks if they lose to say, like, we won. Which they can't even do that anymore because they don't control information like they used to. Because of the internet. It's really crazy. Really crazy, man. I love how we've been watching this video for an hour and we're only 20 minutes in.
We're really adding to it, you know? We're
Yeah.
really reacting.
That's like, that's transformative content.
That
You know,
Sneako hates,
We are being
or being fed
super
the thoughts
transformative
that
right now.
Sneako champions. It's always being fed your own
We're
idea, their ideas,
transphobic at
and then you try and adopt them as your own. And
We're
any kind
being
of
very
deviation from that is frowned upon in the community. And in fact, if you decide you don't want to go down either of those paths and you try and like take information from
Just
both
like
sides and
Optimus
form your own
Prime.
perspective, you get insulted for being a centrist. What is the meme? Enlightened centrist? There is no winning. The only winning move is not to play. That is what I feel the biggest problem is for the youth, is forcing them to make these decisions where they have to play for one team or the other for their whole fucking life, and then regardless of which side you choose to go to, you still get eaten alive by members of the same community if you're somewhat out of line or thinking too hard for yourself. That's what I think the biggest problem is with growing up with social media and Twitter constantly plaguing people's minds, which in turn leads to everyone being miserable and mad at everything and everyone. And I also think it lends itself to making everyone more isolated and lonely, because then they lock themselves online.
I absolutely love the fact that if someone actually does want to like watch through this VOD, they're gonna watch through it's gonna get into like that serious like conversation about Sneako, and then it's gonna cut into like 10 minutes of chowder clips and they come back right back into it.
The
I
chowder
think
clip
it's
is
important at all. Chowder.
The chowder clip is very necessary.
It's very necessary. You need it for the
Definitely
serious
need that for you
conversation.
from that.
It's good. It's helpful. You know, it's really enlightening.
Online, constantly fighting battles for their ideology on Twitter with fucking random bot accounts and actual nonsense every hour of every day. So that would be my answer to what is actually plaguing the youth.
Similar. Overall, and you can see it with the Fresh and Fit video that you still haven't corrected, where you called Fresh a virgin. A lot of it, and you see people that hate me, they're like, oh, this alpha male Sneako, and I've never once called myself that. I don't think I'm an alpha male. I advocate towards things that are conservative. I advocate towards Islamic values. That doesn't mean that I think I am an alpha male.
I've never
In fact,
called
I
you an
don't.
alpha male. You're
That is
talking
the
to
general
someone.
consensus, though. You've called my friends that. You've called Fresh and Fit that, and you haven't.
They call
corrected
them.
when
You are really hung up on fighting for the honor of Fresh and Fit. What I did was exactly what you preach. I made fun of him. Calling him a virgin is a joke. Do I think he's actually a virgin? Probably not. And it's not even a good joke. Like, that's the laziest joke of all time. Which is why it wasn't like the crux of it. I just made it as a throwaway statement in the middle of a rant about his ridiculous story. This is something that clearly weighs heavy on the mind of Sneako, where I insulted his friend and my God, he has not let that go. This has become like his Vietnam, because it really seems to have taken a big toll on his psyche.
Damn,
he
man.
believes I owe a retraction and apology for making fun of him and calling out his story. And he says that I was wrong about all of it, even though, I'll play the clip in a moment, further into our conversation, he also admits he doesn't know if he actually fucked the 3 women that he claimed he did. Nobody knows. The story itself is outrageous. What they proved is he had DMs, like a conversation with the NBA player, but that doesn't corroborate the whole story. There is no apology or retraction necessary. It is still such a fucking crazy story he told that probably wouldn't even happen in the most obscure Brazzers porno ever.
Because you don't correct your mistakes. You
I
were wrong
actu-
about Fresh and Fit. You were wrong about Andrew Tate, and
So-
you were wrong about the movie Cuties.
Okay.
What?
I'm glad you tied it back to cuties, but
Whoa.
before we get back to that, how am I feel like I'm
That's
one of the very
crazy.
few people on the internet who corrects himself. Whenever I make a mistake, I do go and make a clarification. For example, I got something wrong with a content creator.
That is... How do you go back to cuties and be like, and you're wrong about cuties? It's like, but you just agreed with everything he said.
Bro, I don't know what's going on in his head. He really... You see, there's the saying where you can't really, like, talk to a stupid person because they're
The problem that
stupid.
Moist Critical has with Sneako is that Moist is going at it with very logical, he's giving sound, he's defending his point, he's stating the obvious, he's doing everything around that, and Sneako is just basically just regurgitating whatever he freaking feels that he could win. He's fighting all these battles all at once, and it's like he's throwing everything up there. And
He's really shadowboxing right now, fighting the air.
This is insane. Like, holy shit, man.
Fighting with the air.
yeah, it's crazy.
This is just like gymnastics among like Olympian gods here.
He's making mental gymnastics for himself. That's crazy.
He, like, you know, it's like, you ever watch, you remember that Super Bowl commercial for, like, the, Dr. Dre, halftime show? Where they have Eminem, like, he's like, over there, like, rap battling himself as when he was younger. It's like, this is what Sneako's doing. It's just like, and then he's like gonna get a call from Andrew Tate where he's like recruiting all the tater tots to come to the halftime show to preach about bigotry.
Mhm.
Just crazy, man.
Creator holding a
Yo, what
stand-up
up, Josh?
competition that was
How you
absolute
doing,
dog
homie?
shit, and then someone came there.
We're over here
and made
making fun
him,
of Sneako.
and I didn't know the full context. Once I got the full context, I went back and made a follow-up video to explain.
Wait.
Well, Sneako's doing a good job.
Look at that. Why is it dudes like do this?
What?
Like they just like look away like that. Like they're like so angrily. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like they got something stuck up their ass or something. How are you doing? I'm doing good. We're having fun. We're vibing. We're making fun of Sneako. We're doing like commentary on political things, making people angry, you know. Oh,
We've mentioned the two things, right?
Yeah.
Religion and politics.
Religion and
We're good to
politics.
go.
Yeah, the two things that VTubers aren't supposed to do. Hell yeah. But I
Oh, for
don't
sure.
care. Nice. I know, right? It's amazing, man. It's beautiful. I'm gonna get Twitter canceled. And I'm ready for it.
Context. Once I got the full context, I went back and made a follow-up video to explain it in more depth with more clarity. I always do that. With Fresh and Fit, you really hung up on this idea that he fucked 3 women that night after meeting an NBA player at a bar, and they exchanged Instagram information, and it turns out they were Eskimo bros with the same girl's pussy. Like, it's an outrageous story. Now, whether or not it's true, you haven't proved it either. Were you there watching him fuck? Were you
He
cheering him on?
verified it. He showed the DMs with the basketball player. They did the whole podcast verifying the story.
The DMs.
And you didn't correct it. Okay, so you didn't correct that. They did verify the story. You didn't correct it. And
Did they have the basketball player? Did they have the basketball player and the 3 girls he fucked come on and be like, "Oh my god, he absolutely plowed the shit out of me. It was the best sex of my life." Did he have?
That would be. That would never happen, but he did show the DMs with the basketball player verifying the story and that he did go to the party. Whether or not you want to believe he was with 3 women, I wasn't there either. I guess we're never going to know. But he did get the DMs from the basketball player.
To add on to this, if there's even small elements of that story that are somewhat true, I
That's
guarantee
so
the
weird,
whole thing
homie.
is still embellished because the story he told is a work of fucking Tumblr fan fiction. It is not exactly how it played out under no universe, especially not
That's
for
great.
him.
Read a
He is an
fanfiction
extremely
of
sensitive guy.
Nico's
He
friend
would probably
and
have started crying after
the
the first
basketball
round of
player and
sex
the 3
instead of
girlies.
going right to the next girl. Like, it is just not...
Maybe I need to go back into, like, my, application and make sure, like, to mention Sneako and his friends for the fan fiction.
Yeah, that should be the fanfiction.
I don't think Third Eye and Persea would appreciate that being attached to them.
No, they don't attach it to them.
Yeah,
they don't want to be canceled like the rest of us.
Yeah. Like, we're actively choosing to do this on our own accord. They have nothing to do with this. If they want to, like, talk about political things, they can talk about political things on their channel, or they can come in here and talk about it themselves. I know for, like, I can say for a fact that, like, Persea themselves has, like, no understanding on, like, American politics, or, like, minimum knowledge. I'm gonna say, like, I'm not gonna say that because it sounds like what I was gonna say before, because, like, thinking about it, it's like, I actually don't know how much they know. I just know that they express that they don't know a lot to me.
Uh-huh.
And I don't want to make it seem like, I don't want to, you know what I mean by, like, I don't want to, like, say something and it not, 1, not be true, and 2, come off as, like, insulting by accident.
Yeah, for sure.
That's, like, kind of like how it felt like I was about to word it, and it's like, no, like, Persea is also Canadian, so they don't have a reason to really pay attention to American politics, and I don't think they really have an interest in it at all. I think they just want to be in their own space. Third Eye, I don't know, you know? We've
But
spoken
that's fair.
about things, it's just kind of more so, like, I don't know, like, what they want attached to their brand and what they don't.
That's fair. Politics is a very,
Dicey thing. Not
Yeah,
everyone
it's-
can be Hassan.
yeah.
The
Not everyone can be as concise and as smart and as
is handsome and
Is as
beautiful
handsome.
and, like,
Yeah.
tall
Yeah,
and
As Leafy.
yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't say handsome for me. I'm like losing my hair. If anyone's seen, like if everyone here, like, actually, like, worked hard enough, they could actually find, like, a video of me in a cowkini on Twitter.
Interesting.
Yeah, like, that was a dono goal. That was a dono
wow.
goal. Yeah, that was a dono
I think
goal.
I've seen it.
Yeah, where, like, I go up to Regni, and, we're screaming, "Scissor me daddy," like, "Scissor me daddy ass," and we're, like, putting, like, our hands together, like the peace sign the aliens do, and, like, we're just, like, making our hands do the scissoring aggressively while I'm in the Kaukini. But yeah, like, I'm losing my hair and shit. I'm not that pretty.
I freak people out because when they see a real picture of me, they're like going, "You look nothing like your model."
Oh yeah, like, I think people don't expect you to have, like, the fucking Merlin beard. The beautiful, majestic Merlin beard.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
They think that I'm bald.
Yeah. Q is our age at heart.
Yes.
At heart.
He's got some luscious locks.
Yeah. Q
I
is
do have long hair. It's down past my shoulders.
he's a very beautiful man.
Luscious locks.
Luscious. he also has a very beautiful Urza statue that he
Yes, I do.
Oh, really?
streamed for what, 24 hours?
Wow. She went for 4 days. My Levi mouse pad went for 7 days straight.
That's crazy. When I saw that, I was like, oh my goodness, this is genius. Because people will actually open it up and just sit there and just have it open and forget about it. It's just like, that is free watch time.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And it has 7 days is like 7 days without a break. Is like a record almost.
That's crazy.
It's definitely my record.
Holy shit, that's insane.
Oh, it's something that
cracking my
happened,
shoulders.
and even if there is some elements of truth to the story, the whole thing is probably still not 100% accurate, and even still, the whole core of the video is the same. I was making fun of the guy. That would still stay entirely intact. Now, I'm getting carried away with Fresh and Fit here. The conversational topic here was about not correcting things that I've got wrong, and I've actually prided myself on being willing to accept when I'm wrong. I think that's one of the most important qualities a person can have, and something that is
He does.
very
I've seen a few
unfortunately
videos of
absent
him
for
doing
most
that.
people in the
He has
current
done
day and
it,
age, where everyone has this complete reluctance and this like, ooh, yuckiness, I can't be wrong, I have to be perfect all the time attitude. I am more than willing to embrace and accept when I get things wrong, which is why I've made so many videos saying, I was wrong about this, got this wrong, this one was off, and adding more clarity to situations that I've covered when more information came out, or if something turned out to be fraudulent. I have done that for years, and I always have. In the case of Fresh and Fit, there is nothing to fucking correct. Now, I'm going a little out of order of our conversation because we kept bouncing back and forth between certain things, fucking pinballing around, but I'm trying to connect all the points together, so we're going to talk about the Andrew Tate thing in a moment. That's something we talked about for a little bit.
Oh, I can't wait
Tate
for
is
that.
very clearly someone.
I cannot wait for that. The tater tot mode. He's unleashing his inner tater tot.
One that is a heavy influence.
It's like
in
Ultra
Sneaker's life.
Instinct
But
for,
before then, I do want to focus on a couple other
Sigma
things we talked
males.
about, and that's him victimizing himself constantly. This is something I've called out, and I wanted to hear his perspective on it. A lot of the things you critique the woke for are ones that you actively partake in. Victimization, that's a big thing with the woke, right? Constantly playing the victim. Do you recognize how often you play the victim in terms of like, I'm being canceled, everyone's against me, you go on your Discord to talk more about it, even this morning talking and naming and shaming people that you think have slighted you as like a cancellation. You do the exact same things. Like, you are also an SJW.
That's not victimizing. That's actively pointing out that literally every single streamer, the entire internet, all of YouTube, reacted to your video. I drop a response where I even apologize for going out of character and getting emotional. And then people...
What just happened?
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's his like actual. Okay, it's his
Nobody
footage.
watching my rebuttal. Them react and
That was like, I thought like my PC was dying. Oh my goodness, that scared me, man.
me dying in animation, but nobody wants to see what I have to say.
Okay,
I've become
here we
a
go.
caricature on YouTube rather than somebody who has something to say. I've become a meme because I am banned. That's not victimizing. That's actively pointing out how strong censorship is and how people on mainstream platforms can run with the narrative when you're not there.
Because it is totally not because you had a bad take and you tried to double down on it and continuously doing ignorant things like dancing around with a gun.
Oh, yeah.
That totally never happened. That totally never happened, guys. That never happened. Sneako is a victim. He totally did not threaten to shoot or harm Charlie White. And it's just... He's the victim, guys. Remember that. Sneako's the victim. Sneako is the victim. Snooki is the victim.
Snooki is the real victim here.
Yeah, Snooki.
I'm so sorry for your loss, Snooki.
I should probably not do this over here. Give me a minute.
Jersey Shore should have lasted forever.
Like, I'm pulling up, like... Okay, cool. Nothing too, like, risque. Nothing too risque. Snooki's the real victim.
Snooki's the real victim.
Not gonna lie, now that I'm, like, looking at, like, now that I'm older and everything, looking at Snooki, she's actually kind of cute. Like, not really. I mean, look at that. She's kind of cute, man. Like, that's my type right there. What the fuck? Holy shit. Like, although I don't want all those kids, damn. Fuck. You know, once upon a time ago, MILFs were pretty nice. Now it's just like, man, that's a lot of responsibility.
That's just responsibility.
Yeah.
The way you just justified it is a way many other people that you call playing the victim would also be able to justify things. The point is, when you are constantly whining and talking about how you're being attacked, it is still being victimized. I tried...
I want to take us back for, like, that for... He looks like he's, on call, like, with, I had a fly on my head. Holy shit, that was, like, very irritating. He looks like he's going into, like, the Air Force. Like, he's FaceTiming his, parents while he's, like, about to, like, go and get, like, changed to go to boot camp for the Air Force.
I see it. I see the vision.
It's just like, you know, he's got his hair, like, cut right for it and everything for, like, being in, like, enlisted to any, like, military faction. But, like, I point out, like, the Air Force specifically because he just has, like, that Air Force kind of vibe, you know? He'd be an Air Force guy.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly whining and talking about how you're being attacked, it is still being victimized. I tried to point a mirror at him to point out that a lot of the things he criticizes others for is things that he actively does himself, and the one I focused on was victimization, because the way he justifies, you know, playing the victim is justification people have used in the past that he calls out. So I was just trying to illustrate that it's not only hypocritical, but also just kind of silly that he, with all of his beliefs, still plays the victim and whines so much on Twitter. But that point wasn't really landing. We just kept kind of going in a circle about that one, so I don't want to focus on it too much here.
It's disingenuous, and now we're having the debate, but you would rather DM and go and make this about drama. Oh, let me go and react and do more drama content rather than have a conversation.
But I never did that.
I'm glad you're doing it now.
But you have to remember that I didn't start any of this. You reacted to me telling jokes about your friend and then had your audience tell me, and that went on for like 2 weeks, and so eventually I explained why I don't like you. And then when I did that, that was the only time I planned on talking about you. You went on stream with your gun to threaten me, and you kept it up for 3 months, adding me.
Oh, here we go.
That was a joke about clips. You actually think I was threatening you?
Whether or not you were
victimized, you're gonna think, okay, you're gonna say victimized, and you're gonna say I'm actively trying to threaten you. By
that's not victimizing. That's what you did, boy.
I don't think you were actually coming after my life. It doesn't change the fact that for 3 months you continued to carry it on. I wasn't reacting to you. I wasn't even talking about you. This was a quick point that I think he did see my side on. He likes to make the claim that I was farming him for views and AdSense money, which couldn't be further from the truth. I never wanted to talk about Sneako. I never had plans of doing it. He kept poking and prodding me until I did. And then, once I did, he wasn't happy that I was so mean in my response that for 3 months he did carry on this very one-sided beef until, once again, I decided to spit and play in the pig pen, and I made a tweet firing back at him after months of not even mentioning him, and then made a follow-up video. But it was never part of my agenda to do that. And I think after explaining it to him, he did see that he was really the instigator. And I am glad that he did have that, you know, realization after our conversation that he was willing
That's good
to
to know.
accept that. I think that is healthy that he was open
Good to know
seeing
he
that,
kind of can.
okay, maybe I was wrong and his
He can
intention
learn.
wasn't drama
He learns.
farming.
What do you
He
think
can
that I said
learn.
that I
He
don't
can
believe?
learn.
So we'll
He
use
can
our
learn,
beef.
It has the ability to learn. Maybe we can teach it to be housebroken too.
Oh, that's asking too much. It's a big ass.
You
statement.
think I'm weak for
It's a
not
big
taking
ass.
you up on a boxing fight. But on the same side of that coin, you won't take Brandon Buckingham up on that boxing fight. The whole point was I don't stand by my beliefs because I won't fight you for it. Well, with that perspective, why wouldn't you fight Brandon Buckingham when you feel so strongly about your beliefs and he says the same things I do? Wouldn't you want to prove
Because
that
the
you
first
stand
fight that I want to take, would be against somebody, one, who has more clout than me, two, who disagree with ideologically. I don't disagree with him ideologically.
He just admitted to clout chasing.
Interesting.
And I think that applies to this whole situation where he's calling people out. He is...
The big moist is the big moist. He has so much clout.
He is at 12.7 million subscribers on YouTube. On his main channel. I don't know if he has any other channels. But yeah, it's just like, wow, okay.
He just admitted to clout chasing.
Yeah, he just admitted to clout chasing.
And I think he did that unconsciously.
Yeah.
Logically,
He's not gonna go after
But he says the
I don't
same
really
things
know
I say
what
about
those
you.
people have. This person has been obsessed for a long time. He's suing me for emotional distress. Personally, I don't care about this person, and there's
not
no
emotional
benefit for me to take my first fight with this person.
No, it's not emotional distress. It's for defamation. Because you were going around saying that he threatened to R-word your girlfriend. Like, multiple times when he didn't. It's just like, Sneako, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah. He's just clout chasing. That's what
Yeah.
it's all about.
He's found a way to, like,
But somebody I
get clout.
challenged-
So then
the reason I was banned on Twitter for challenging Hasanabi to a fight. One, because a lot of people want to see that. He's well known. He disagrees with me completely. There's a lot of tension for that fight. If I fought you, you have said a lot of things that are very negative about me. There's beef in the air, and you talk a lot about me, so things that you probably wouldn't say to my face. It would be an entertaining fight.
But that's not the point. The whole point is you think I am weak, and you keep harping on this for not taking you up on the fight. But you won't take someone up on a fight that's saying the exact same things I am. So it seems like the beliefs, you don't stand by that strongly if you're not confident you can make a spectacle.
Charlie, we both know you wouldn't accept the fight.
Right, I've made
The
that
point
very
was-
clear.
We both know. Even when I challenge you, we both know. It's to point out that a lot of people talk a lot of talk online, and they never have to face the consequences because they stay in their room gaming all day. That was to point it out. Men are tired of seeing this back and forth internet drama. They want to see people go and settle it. I've never said a word about this person that you're bringing up. I haven't said a word about him since last summer. I won't say his name publicly again. I'm being sued for emotional distress. I'm leaving that alone. I have no problem with this person.
What the fuck?
We have gone back
Yeah,
and forth.
you have a lot
Going
of
back and forth on Twitter. People want to see it.
Yes, you have a lot of problems with this person. You went around saying the R word. Goodness gracious. This dude. Holy shit.
All I could say is, like, I didn't think much about Sneako before, but now I think even less.
It's like, holy shit, man.
I didn't think that was possible.
I'll be honest, when it came to this whole thing, I just knew how much of a clown, like how funny it was for everyone clowning on Sneako. And it's just like, you know, now I'm kind of like, man, I really hope Sneako, accepts my, invite to Garfield Kart. That would be funny.
You'd have a lot of fun, but
Yeah.
he just admitted, this is the problem that you have with Sneako, is he just admitted that he's only after clout.
Yeah, and I'll be after
you don't
his.
have the clout.
I'll be after
You
his
don't
clout.
have the clout.
It's okay.
Yeah, but
I'm
you don't
after
have
his
the
clout.
for him.
It's okay. I'm after his clout. Yeah. Here's what I'll do. I'll screenshot his our DMs and be like, "Yo, Sneako, you never responded to my message. Is it because I'm woke?" And, you know, that, yeah, I'll just grow that way, you know? I'll just keep, like, pestering him until he blocks me, and just, like, then I'll start, like, making videos and stuff, and be like, yo, bro, I'm over here doing what you do, I'm clout chasing, man, this is what you wanted, right?
People are tired of these keyboard warriors going back and forth. That was to point out the fact that men should not feel so comfortable talking a lot of talk on Twitter that they would never say in person.
You made claims of Brandon Buckingham being like a rapist and shit. Wouldn't that be something that you'd want to fight about at that point? Like,
that was not a claim that I made. That was not a claim that I made.
I can't remember the specifics of it, but you did toss out the word rapist when talking about Brandon Buckingham. I don't remember the context it was used in, but you did mention it, right? So why is all of a sudden that now beneath you? Like, you don't have any problems with him now after he's willing to fight. The point is, you're talking about, you say these things and you don't have consequences. Well, what about you? You said these things. He's trying to give you those consequences that you think are so important, and you won't take him up on it. There is a clear hypocrisy.
Right, that was a different example. The guy was a previous fan. It's a giant misunderstanding. There's a lawsuit involved, so I can't talk about this too much, but that is not what I accuse him of. I do not think he is that word. I never said that about him, and that's a lie. He wants to do it because there's a...
Bro, there's actual video of you saying this.
Yeah.
There's an obsession going on, but that's irrelevant.
Well, it's all tying back into the point I'm making, where the things that you preach against, you yourself embody. I'm not trying to use this as a gotcha moment, but I do think it's important to illustrate here that Sneako is still denying this claim, even though there's tons and tons of video evidence where he does say that Brandon Buckingham was threatening to rape someone. He says it multiple times, and that's what the lawsuit was about, but it doesn't prevent Sneako from fighting Brandon Buckingham if he was, you know, open to it for defending the beliefs and stuff, which is the point I was trying to make.
I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Literally said that. And he said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend, bro.
This dude said he is going to R-word my girlfriend.
Bro, nothing warrants saying I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Saying you're gonna R-word my girlfriend? You said that? Yes. Word for word. I'm going to R-word your girlfriend.
Okay, talking shit by threatening R-word.
Claiming that someone said they're going to rape someone is insinuating they are a rapist for making the threat. So this is just a point that I think he was way off the mark on, because he did make these accusations against Brandon Buckingham.
Your energy, $50 on a course from vetted millionaires, or watching...
So I think the reason why he was denying it is that he's actively in a lawsuit about this, knowing full and well he has said that, but he's denying it as much as he can so that he can try to, like, gaslight the internet into thinking that he never said that. It's like, he can't, like, if he says that he did in this video, it would be used as evidence against him, and he would definitely lose. So, like,
and he can lie. He can lie because he's not under oath.
Yeah.
A game streamer for 6 hours every night.
Well, he didn't use the course to get rich. He's getting rich from the course, the same way that the course that you're selling is not like your main way that you made money. You are making money from that course now, as opposed to what the course is teaching. But again, this is getting completely sidetracked.
That's just not true. That's not my main source of income. I enjoy doing it, and it's a great way to have a network. And you talk about all the lonely men that are out there. What are you doing to go and help these people? We understand that.
Oh my goodness, not this argument.
People get in there, they ask me.
Not this argument. Oh my goodness. These, like, what are these, like, young bucks, like, over here, like, what are you doing to help these men? And just, like, bro, you're not helping them anymore either. You're not teaching them the social skills. You're not teaching them how to talk to women. You're not teaching them how to make money. You're not doing any of that. All you're doing is you're flexing and teaching misogyny.
And making money on them.
Yeah. It's just like, bro, it's like the same rinse and repeat shit. Holy shit.
Questions about how do I network better, how do I find people who are like-minded. You give them advice, and you can see them transform their life. I'm curious as to what you think is a better alternative, because you stream gaming for 6 hours. Is that a better solution to men who are lonely watching you play video games? or giving advice to men who don't know how to find a community of like-minded people who don't know how to make money online and want to
What?
live a lifestyle where I'm in Japan. You're still in the same room that I've seen you in since high school.
I'm
Wait,
not
what?
a man. I watch Moist. I am not lonely. Interesting. That's not his audience, man.
I'm not.
What is going
on? So here. I am a man. I watch Moist. I am lonely, but not for the same reasons he's insinuating. It's mostly depression, you know, that does that to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
I think.
that thing.
So. I think
didn't know being in Japan can stop that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. But I think like the really weird thing is like why is like getting like a girlfriend the like solution to
End all be all of everything? I don't know.
Well, like not even that. It's like if you're lonely, get a girlfriend. That's like the worst thing you can do when you're lonely.
Yeah, for
like
sure.
Getting with someone out of loneliness is not a good thing. Like
yeah.
It's one thing if like, you know, you're just on like a mutual like one night stand, you know, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But it's a whole nother thing when it's like you're trying to have a relationship with them. You do not get into a relationship if you're lonely. That is extremely unhealthy for both you and them, because then you aren't like really like there for a relationship. You're there because you want someone to be there with you, and you don't care who that person is. And it's not healthy for like you to do that, and then it's like extremely not healthy for them, because then they're like with someone that they think that they love, but they're actually with someone that'll just ditch them like when they're like tired of them.
Or if they find somebody else to be with.
Yeah.
To keep them from being lonely.
It's really fucked up. You can't be doing that. That's so unhealthy.
I can go places. I choose not to. I'm happy here the same way you're happy traveling in Japan. Like, these are non-arguments that you're making. It's the same argument
I've never seen you outside of your room. And I don't know how many years I've seen you on YouTube. I've never seen you out of your room.
I've seen him out
you
of
with
his room.
dildos in your room.
I've seen him out of his room.
Wait, he was at Creator Clash.
Yeah.
He was commentating at Creator Clash. What the fuck?
Bro, he has like a cooking show, a cooking stream. That's out of his room.
Stream. He has his own wrestling league now. It's like, what the fuck, bro? What are you on about?
But even if all he does is stream from his room, you know that he's been outside that room a lot.
Yeah. It's like he's working out. He's buff.
Yeah.
Bro, what are you talking about? Are you like, this guy is a fake fan? He's a fake fan.
Yeah,
he's a
fake fan.
He really said, "I've never seen him outside his room."
And then like, man, what a fake fan.
Fake fan, Sneako. You're a fake fan.
Sneako's a fake fan. Well, he's over here. He's just here for clout. He's like 6'9", singing an XXX Tentacion song in Miami, and then like, and we're over here, Ski Mask over here, be like, man, imagine singing a song of some like that you don't even know to get someone else's fans in their hometown. Shit. Yeah, I don't know if you guys knew anything about that, but 6ix9ine actually performed an XXX Tentacion song. Like, and he didn't even know like the actual like songs. He like knew like the hook, like the cat, like the like handful of words for the catchy parts, and then he had the crowd sing the rest.
Oh wow. That's
yeah,
hilarious.
and Ski Mask, the Slump God, who was best friends with XXX Tentacion, calls him out on it. It's just like, damn, Ski over here out for blood, man.
Well, successful. I've never seen you network with other people. I've never seen you show your audience what's possible if they make money as well. I've seen you play video games since like 2016.
In one of the clips you showed of me, I am outside at Gasparilla with my girlfriend. What are you talking about? We got into a little bit more of a heated argument about this point. I do still take great issue with gurus charging for courses, much like Sneako does with the creativity kit, and it's something he actually pitched a lot during our conversation, so it seems something that he strongly believes in. I don't know if that's because of the monetary gain he experiences from it, or if he truly believes it is something that's changing lives, but he did pitch it multiple times because I pointed out that I don't like that kind of shit. It feels exploitative to people that are desperate and looking for anything, whether it's a sense of community or a sense of, here's how to get successful like me. When really the success is built upon the people that...
Yo, guys, if you need, like, a place to go, join Station 18 Discord. For real. You know, that's a community, and you don't gotta pay money to be there.
Oh, that's free? No
That's
way.
free, yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
that's
guys.
crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the link in the description below, guys, because I'm just gonna upload this raw when
all
like a
free.
week later, you know. Yeah, it's all free, guys. You don't have to worry. It's all free. You can make some homies. Don't be hitting on nobody though, cuz that's kind of weird. Don't be a weirdo, no bigotry. You know, you just gotta go in there and be homies, man. Just be like, yo, let's play some Garfield Kart. You want to play some Pico Park? You want to play some Dead by Daylight? There's someone there for you. Yeah, just check it out. We got someone in chat who might not be in there. Let me, like, send the link in here. Do the command here. There you go. There you go. You can join the Discord. Join the Discord if you're lonely, man. Come and hang out, you know. I'm there. Other members of Station 18 are there. Q-Bean, Chroma's there, you know. We got all kinds of people. Yeah. He might slime you. He might slime you. Yeah. And you know what? Maybe one day we'll get lucky enough to get the crusty moist critical in there himself. No guarantees though.
Whoa, did you say crusty? He's always moist.
He's always moist, but he's always talking about how crusty he is too. Remember that. He's always talking about being greasy and crusty.
Yeah.
He's... Yep. I mean, like...
The crustless moist critical.
The crustless... I don't know how I feel about that. An uncrustable moist critical. Do you like your moist critical crustless or with a crust?
Pay for it, not what you're preaching. At least the majority.
How crunchy do you like your moist criticals?
And then he made the false claim about, you know, you don't showcase what's possible because you stay in your room a lot. Which I do stay in my room a lot, but there is so much content on my channel where I'm outside of my room, it's baffling that he'd even try and make that claim with a straight face. And even in...
Just one day, maybe we'll also get Sneako in there, you know, and play Garfield Kart with us.
Oh yeah, that too. For sure.
Yeah, for sure. He's gonna want to play Garfield Kart with me. If he doesn't, I'll just, like, cancel him on Twitter.
Just call him a coward.
You're scared of my Garfield Kart
Number one thing he showed to me,
skills.
which is the picture of me and my girlfriend, we are literally outside at a party. So I don't understand why he keeps making that claim that I don't leave my room or I'm only in the house. But it is something that I fought him on, and he did clearly see he was incorrect on, so another thing he was willing to concede. But still maintaining that courses, like $50 a month, isn't a lot of money, especially for the value he believes people get out of it. Maybe I can only speak for everything I've ever seen, but I've never read or met someone who is successful because they bought a online guru's course. I only ever see or hear about the people who've lost so much more money than they ever had to spend because they're chasing this fucking hopium that's being peddled their way with these courses and guides. Now again, Sneako's might not be that. I haven't read it, I'm not 100% sure, but the vast majority of these guru courses are completely worthless scams. You're talking about things that are agreeable, and this is what I've said about Andrew Tate. He doesn't always say silly, dumb shit, but he does, and he couples it with good, real things, like you mentioned, porn addiction is a problem. Like, no one's gonna disagree with that. But everything that you're sprinkling in outside of it is totally fucking irrelevant to the rest of it, man. You going and flexing on your audience isn't showing them what's possible, it's showing what's possible when they're paying for your lifestyle. The advice you give, you thrive off them staying miserable, right? The second they get happy, the second they get money,
No,
the second
I
they
definitely don't.
they will not be paying for
don't.
your course
If
anymore.
If my audience does not get value from my content, they're going to leave. The reality is that streamers and content creators like you, the audience always grows up. They watch a little of the gaming content, then they grow up. They're not learning anything, and so they go to another content creator. They go to somebody else who's popular or trendy. You need to add value to the audience, or else they are going to grow out of it.
And the value from the value of
I don't know, man. I still like watch Alpharad. Like, I still watch Ultrive. I still watch Ethan Klein. I still watch like a lot of these like content creators I've been watching forever. I still watch iDubbbz, you know. It's like, I don't really think that they're like adding what he's saying to their content as much as like, yeah, they've changed a bit, but it's still like haha goofy, funny, haha dumb humor stuff, you know. Like, I think the only one that's really like adding anything to their content is probably Ethan Klein, where he's kind of like becoming more and more political. Whereas he used to be kind of more like, haha, I'm like making fun of this person. Now he's like making fun of people, but in a political standpoint.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I can't really make a comment. I'm not a man, nor am I old.
Damn.
You know?
Damn.
I'm
Damn.
kidding.
Chroma's
I'm
over
kidding.
here being
I'm
mean
feeling
bully.
called out.
Chroma's
I'm
a
kidding.
bully. I'm a victim. I'm going to Twitter. I'm taking this to Twitter.
My bad. Maybe go find some Sneeko to help you.
Yeah.
Gotta go take Sneako's course, find out what it is to be a man.
Is bullying me. I am so the victim. Wah, wah, wah. I learn from Tater Tot Snooky. That way I can't be like directly like attacked by
The Sneakoverse.
Yeah, the Sneakoverse.
Sneakover.
Yeah, Tater Tot Snooky. No one's gonna understand that, but it's funny to me. It's funny to like the 5 people like in witnessing it here live.
Fact.
I just realized I didn't like I tweeted that on my other monitor so they didn't see it. But you should see it. It's gonna be like, so it also shouldn't be being pushed at all because I also like put your name directly in there, so it should be considered a reply. So it should not be showing up like in main like pages as much as it would be if I just tagged you in it through the other system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the haha funny haha hee hee is like
with most things entertainment. What you used to do was humor interlaced with your stuff. Now it's
The
just
giggles.
preaching to the choir of people that already subscribe to your hive mind.
Hee.
You're still
No,
doing the
that's what
same
you see
thing.
on Twitter. That's what you see on Twitter because that's the only mainstream platform that I'm still allowed to be on. If you watch my stream,
I have
haven't
watched
used
your
it in a couple weeks. When I watch my stream for 4 hours, it's not preaching. A lot of it's humor. My motto is seek truth through funny.
Which
I
you've
look at
abandoned.
what's going on in the world.
Which you've abandoned.
It seems you completely abandoned that. I have watched your streams. I have. A lot of it devolves into just talking again about the same things you always mention.
What?
Soy boys, bots, woke mind virus, and then dancing around. And there's always
Damn,
trying to
he
defend
looks
and find the other side of something
hurt by
controversial.
that.
It's the same formula over and over again because that's how you found to keep your audience hooked. It's no different than
That's
people
not true.
that...
I go on Omegle and I'm joking around for an hour, 2 hours.
He looked genuinely hurt when he heard, like, no, you're not. It's like, I think, like, his hero just, like, broke his heart.
I think
Bring out my
Moist is
viewers
his
and we
hero.
joke to.
Do what?
I think Moist is his hero. I think he really wishes he could be Moist Critical.
I think so, too.
And he's not edgy enough or thoughtful enough to do that.
I think, like, his problem is that he wants Moist Critical. I think he's unfulfilled in his cuckoldry relationship, and he wants to marry Moist Critical. But not because, like, but he's gonna claim that it's all for clout, so that he can't be called gay.
He's just a tsundere.
Yeah. He's going to use clout chasing as an excuse. All right, guys, this is this is the new fan fiction. This is the new fan fiction. The unrequited love of Sneako to Charlie. The one-sided love story.
The one-sided. Oh my god.
This is
Each
great.
other. I bring on
unrequited
people,
love.
real life people. They sit next to me and we joke around. I have different podcasts. I have different guests.
The
I
jokes
just did a
that
podcast with Ryan Dawson, uncovering Epstein and uncovering the truth about 9/11, which I really recommend.
What?
you go see.
What?
Turn to the platform that's labeled as
The truth about 9/11.
and still maintain the same audience.
So, okay, no. It got, like, real wild. He was over here talking about the Epstein Island type shit, too.
Yeah. Sneako had his heart broken by Moist.
Viewers and we joke to each other.
Yeah, he lost
I
his
bring
mind
on
after
people,
this.
Real life people, they sit next to me and we joke around. I have different podcasts. I have different guests.
The
I
jokes
just did a
that you-
podcast with Ryan Dawson, uncovering Epstein and uncovering the truth about 9/11, which I really recommend that you go see. To an alternative platform that's labeled as an alt-right conspiracy website and still maintain the same audience. You can't do that by repeating the same things every day. You have to add some value.
But you can. That's the #1 grift right now. As long as you are contributing to an echo chamber, the people will not leave you. You form a reliance where they're constantly suckling your tit for validation that their point of view is the right one. And the more that you claim the victim, the more that solidifies and cements them that belief is the correct one because
That's
people are
absolutely
attacking
not
them.
true at all. I've been talking about the woke mind virus for a long time, and now my audience wants to get to know
The
the truth.
woke
So I've been
mind
interviewing
virus.
different people.
It's a
I did a
virus.
whole podcast uncovering Epstein and who's actually.
Hey, chat. I am
Oh no, Leafy's gonna
poisoning
affect
the
us.
waters. Actually, you know what? This reminds me. You know what? I actually have a clip. I actually have a short for this occasion. Chroma, Q, you know it. You already know it. You've already seen it.
Let's do it.
Here we go. Chroma, like I've actually the chat. This is. I was ready.
Don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs.
I am he whom Alexander Jones warned you about putting chemicals into the water that is turning your amphibians into homosexuals. So, for context, these frog tubers are lesbians. Okay, I can't say that they're lesbians. I just know that they're LGBTQ. They could be bi, they could be lesbians, they could be other things, you know. It's like they're a part of the LGBT.
But they are queer.
Actually, it's funny that you say that. They are all actually trans. I just don't like I don't mention it because it's just like,
It's not their like whole personality.
yeah, it's not, but it's like, in my mind, it's like, they're women.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like, they're just women.
Yeah.
So it's just like, but yeah, I was ready for that. I was ready for it. I was ready for that. I was unexpectedly ready for that.
Actually on the client list because that's one big conspiracy theory that people want to know more about. I did an entire podcast uncovering 9/11 and the Iraq War and what happened.
You know what? My new goal is to be the VTuber Hassan. You know, that's what I'm gonna do.
Be Hassan, but as a VTuber?
Yeah, I'm
Or
gonna be,
what?
I'm gonna be a sexy stud.
Like, Sneako wants to be more critical.
Let me just attack Hassan on Twitter real quick, get into some interview with him.
You just gotta say cuties is good.
Oh no. Oh no. That's
I don't think
funny.
you want to admit that, man.
I don't.
Oh boy.
That's going way too far.
That would be way too far. Oh my goodness.
That is a bridge too far.
And why war is created by seven. I'm getting into more because if you get repetitive,
Admittedly, I do feel bad doing.
Wait,
one
what
thing
was
I
that
hate.
he said?
He said war is created by deception.
Because if you get repetitive, they're gonna leave.
Admittedly, I do feel bad doing one thing that I hate when other people do, which is, like he mentions, box them into categories. Because it is very possible, outside of all the content I've watched from him, that he does other things. Now, I have seen a lot of him. I've
Oh, my
watched
bit
quite a
rate
few
just
streams
took a
now, out of,
nosedive.
curiosity, since his big meltdown with the whole dancing with the
Let me
gum thing
put it
about
on
art.
pause real quick and see if like it goes back up. Yeah, my bit rate's down in the red. Trying to figure out like what I can do to fix that. Check my CPU real quick. Looks like everything's fine.
Beef. So I went on there and I did watch some of this from that point forward, but they always went the same way. But I do think it was unfair of me to try and box it and say he's always doing the same thing when it is entirely possible that it's just my exposure to it and what I've seen so far. So I do completely concede that it is possible he does more and talk about more than just what I see on Twitter and the streams that I've seen. But it's worth mentioning later into this discussion, he boxes me in and says all I do is sit in my room playing video games on stream for 7 hours a day. So he is still guilty of the same thing he's accusing others of, which is a point I like to take, but he doesn't fully realize when I say it to him, but hopefully, you know, after our conversation, he does take a step back and recognize, like, okay, I am guilty of a lot of the things I'm accusing others of. But anyway, that was the point that was kind of branching off from the core topic at this moment of discussion, which were courses. I have no respect for people that are selling courses on, like, here's how you make money, number way to make money, guaranteed success, you're gonna, you know, make it with this one, give me this amount of money every month for my book. I always find that to be exploitative, shitty, scummy, and completely useless. Those kind of creators, those kind of people, they rely on desperation. So let's think about this logically. Why would someone who's selling courses on happiness and how not to be lonely, how to get laid, or how to make money, why would they actually want you to succeed? Because then they lose you as a customer. It is far more in their interest to keep you miserable to keep buying the product. And it is something a lot of them are guilty of doing. Now, I haven't seen Sneako's Creativity Kit, so I can't say for sure if he is also guilty as well. Maybe he does try and offer legitimate advice and actually help people. It is possible. That's not
Whoa, what just
not
happened?
the case for the vast majority.
Okay,
of
that
them,
was
which is why
scary.
I always call it out.
That was a
as
jump
this is-
scare. Buffering is a jump scare, guys.
But you lost the video for a second.
Yeah. Oh, that was like the video, like doing the thing. I was like looking at my stream. Oh no, my stream shut down too. Like, oh
Scummy.
no.
Or at the very least, unnecessary. We have a time where you have access to all the information you could ever want. You just need to search it up. You don't need to be paying people that you view as successful to learn their secrets, when those secrets they're revealing aren't what they used to get wealthy in the first place. It's selling you hope. When you are buying their product, you are filling their pockets. The product, the book. Not what's in it, it's the book. They're making their money off your purchase of the book. They're not making their money off of the advice they've given you. At least not the majority of the time. That's what I was trying to talk about here.
What are your beliefs? What are they? I don't know them. Can you tell me what you believe in?
Yeah, I feel like I made my beliefs very clear. I'm very firmly on the side of there are certain things, and it's going to be different for everyone, that make people happy. And the main thing I want is for people to be happy. I don't like that men are alone, which is a lot of the advice I give is telling them to get out of their comfort zone and start with something like the gym. The gym is a very social environment. It's an environment where everyone's working towards similar goals. You immediately surround yourself with like-minded people, and maybe you make a connection at the gym, maybe you can find a friend there, but even if you don't, you are out of your comfort zone environment where people are working for a similar goal. And that already changes your mindset as a person. You've given yourself a goal, you're acting on it, and now you're surrounded by people that are also in a similar boat. I think most importantly is I want people to be happy, and a lot of times they can't find that. So I don't think there's anything wrong with escapism. Like watching someone play a game, or even playing games yourself. Playing a sport yourself is also great. I play pickup basketball on Thursday. Getting out, talking, outside of a comfort zone, instead of sitting online making 20,000 tweets on the Sneako Twitter, I think is productive. Replying to Sneako's Twitter, replying to my Twitter, none of it I think is productive. I've had Twitter since 2012. I've made 2,600 tweets, and half of those are just shit posts or a retweet. I think all of that, locking yourself inside as a recluse, living in this completely toxic landscape like Twitter, is the most detrimental thing for a person, and that extends to TikTok as well. I think TikTok is absolutely ruined in terms of what they can even stomach as an attention span. Having to have like Subway Surfer underneath a video of someone talking because you can't focus long enough, I think it's all a problem. So the things I talk about are usually geared towards either entertaining people for 8 minutes a day, whatever, or if they're already home from work and just need to unwind.
I have.
Where do you find?
Huh?
Where do you find that?
If you go on to like your Twitter page, you can see it like right on Are you on your PC or are you on your phone?
I'm on my PC.
You just go to your like page and it should be right under your name at the top.
10.6 thousand tweets.
Yeah. So I've done more tweeting in 3 years than Moist Critical has in 8.
Yeah.
Chat. I have a problem. I have a problem, chat.
But just so you know, I've had my Twitter for 15 years.
That I've done more than 3 times the tweets you have in your 15 years versus my 3 years on Twitter. That is not good.
And I think I tweet a lot.
Yeah. I tweet a lot too. Like, I live on Twitter, man. Holy shit.
I think all of that is fine, but I do always try and give some level of advice. My background, I don't know if you know, I'm a human science graduate with a concentration in exercise physiology. I believe very firmly in the mind-body connection in terms of strength building and building. It's going to change your whole brain chemistry, and it will help improve the way you're looking at the world. So that's one of the big things I talk about, is even if you're 100% comfortable with your body, there is no reason not to at least try to make these kind of differences and change your perspective on things. Like, it doesn't have to be a body issue. It helps your mind overall. I am always against people paying for advice from so-called gurus and professionals because you don't need it. The beauty of the internet is it is an unlimited repository of all of the human knowledge. Just this compendium of every piece of information for every subject you could want. And you can access it for free. Under no circumstances do I ever advocate for someone paying up $50 a month for advice they can freely find right now. Even if it doesn't come with a built-in...
gamers always have the argument, but then they never talk about how college is a waste of time and that people go $600,000 in debt from people who aren't
He just
millionaires.
did my number one pet peeve. Cutting someone off.
Oh.
That is so annoying. That is so disrespectful.
Especially because Charlie has the point. I mean, that is... Sneako learned from that. It's a... Never mind. I don't... Sneako wasn't in the conversation to learn anything. He was just here for clout and the critic world down.
Yeah.
$50 and talk to a vetted millionaire who has made money online in a way that they don't teach in school. $50 is a steal. People get really upset about this because you're paying somebody directly and you know who you're spending the money on. You don't get upset about college because you don't know the principal, you don't know the headmaster, you don't know the donors. They're nameless people behind the university. The network is collection of information concentrated in one place, and also the network of people that you can find. Right here, I'm in Japan traveling with somebody that I haven't paid attention. That is something that is valuable and you only find by paying $50, which is not a huge price.
That is a big price, but also you see what just happened there.
Damn, son.
Price, that's the same price as your merch that you're using to advertise.
Damn, son. Sad day, sad day.
Everything that Charlie said that was, like, I'm not saying his is like this. It is like exactly like that.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. It's crazy.
All he's doing is making money off of it, making $50 per person, and then who cares what they get out of it.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Crazy.
Advertise drama. Would you rather your audience pay $50 for a T-shirt from a gamer, or they meet somebody that they can go start a business with?
That the merch isn't $50 for a T-shirt, but regardless, what I want you to recognize is what happened there. I was talking.
It is.
Okay.
What the fuck was that look?
What just?
Did he get woke? Did he get infected with the woke for a second there?
Merch isn't $50 for a T-shirt, but regardless, what I want you to recognize is what happened there. I was talking.
You see that?
Yeah, he interrupted him again, right in the middle of his conversation.
Oh,
what happened?
I was talking about his eyes. Like
his eyes.
But regardless, what I want you to recognize is what happened there. I was talking.
Look, he got woke. He got infected for a second, but his
he also doesn't care what Charlie's talking about.
His Sigma male antibodies fought off the disease, the infection, so he could go back to fighting Charlie on his like anti-woke beliefs.
Okay, it's still not. But what just happened there is I was talking about something, and you went into PR speak and salesman mode to talk about your course, and you attributed something to me that I actually talked in. I actually have spoken many times about why college just isn't right for everybody. It's not. It's simply isn't. I think college provides an invaluable social experience where, for the first time in your life, you're on your own. So you learn how to fend for yourself. You learn how to interact with roommates, strangers. So you get social skills. But college is not going to be a great fit for everyone, especially when it comes to certain academia positions, especially like in some art fields. I actually talk a lot about that. But you keep lumping me in with this perception of a gamer and these beliefs that you don't know anything about me on, and yet you still put me in there.
You should probably make it more clear.
I do.
I've been personally watching your videos for years, and I had no idea about any of this.
So,
I've seen you gaming. I've seen you react to drama.
You also claimed that he never left his room, and he's always like done some crazy different things. It's like you're not like making any sense, bud. You're not adding anything intellectual to this conversation. You're just being kind of an ignorant asshole to be an inner asshole.
He's not trying to have a discussion. He's just trying to win.
No. That's what I don't like about some people. People just want to like argue to win. It's like some people don't understand, like, you know, it's not about the argument, it's about like trying to understand one another, and he's not trying to understand Charlie. He's trying to like this is a debate. I'm gonna win. This is how it is. This is what it is. And it's really fun because it's a very college like mentality that he's arguing against. It's just like, okay, that's kind of weird. This is the thing you were talking against.
Drama content. I didn't know that was your method to make people happy, which I think is a narrow way of answering that question about what you believe in and what your belief system is.
I was still
That's
going.
fine. But I'm glad you said that, and I think that you should reiterate that more in your video to add more value to it.
So you said you watched it for a long time. These aren't secrets. I made a video 6 years ago. Just check. I uploaded a video 6 years ago called "You're Getting Fucked by College Textbooks." The entire video is about how college textbooks in particular are a massive scam and very predatory system that universities are using. I do talk about these things. You are just not seeing them and then still putting words in my mouth. My beliefs, I think, are very clear to the people that watch. They're not a secret. They're not hidden. I make them very obvious. It was after this brief discussion here that the entire landscape of our conversation changed, and it became very clear Sneako never knew anything about me to begin with. He keeps calling me a gamer, using the hard G on me.
The hard G.
And I think that might be because that's the only content he ever watched, but I really don't think I've ever made a secret what my beliefs are. I talk about them on stream, I talk about them in videos, I've never been fearful of. And yet Sneako either pretends he never saw them, or maybe he just legitimately never saw them. But after explaining to him, he really needed to change his whole tone about me as a person. I'm not a psychiatrist here or an expert in the field, but if I had to wager a guess, I think Sneako put an image of me in his head and attributed a whole ton of characteristics to that scarecrow that he put in there that just isn't actually me in reality, and that's who he attacks so vehemently. Whereas I do know a lot about Sneako, because there's a big difference between us in terms of our belief. It's all the fuck he talks about. It's the only thing that ever leaves his mouth is always preaching about something or trying to make a big statement about their beliefs or their politics, whereas that's not me.
Wait a minute. Isn't that the way he said that woke is?
Yes. That's what Sneako's trying to fight against. is exactly what Sneeko is. He hates himself.
Cannibalism. God.
And he wants to fall in love with Charlie and run away and elope.
To be
He's
fair,
very
look
lonely
at
without Charlie.
to be fair, look at his luscious locks, man. Look at that cold stare, that bedroom eye stare, those ruby red lips, that luscious mane. Oh man, milky white skin. Mm-mm-mm. Can you blame him for to run away on horseback with Charlie?
The main thing I focus on is just entertainment. My videos are made purely for fun. It's just because I thought it'd be entertaining, it's a silly topic, it's something fun, and that's it. There's never really anything too much deeper. Unless it's a topic I'm bringing that I'm passionate about or I have something I want to add on to it about my own personal beliefs, then I do. I'm never afraid to. But it's not all I talk about, whereas for Sneeko and a lot of people in his circle, their main content is talking about what they believe, whereas my main thing is just making entertaining shit. So maybe that's a core misunderstanding here, because he clearly didn't really know much about me, whereas I do know a lot about him since he is so open with everything. He wears his fucking heart on his sleeve, and I just disagree with a lot of it. But I don't hate people I disagree with on things. In fact, there is nobody in the world, not even my best friends, that I agree with on every issue, every time, see eye to eye on everything. I don't like that anyway. I wouldn't want to have someone I agree on everything. I think it's important to have perspectives and different opinions. It's how you grow, it's how you learn as well. So I don't get mad when people disagree with me or have different things that I don't agree with. That doesn't piss me off. But for Sneeko, it clearly has, and he really didn't even know anything about me to begin with here until after conversation. Now, I know I'm cutting up our conversation quite a bit here, but I'm just trying to focus on like the big chunk topics that we tackled. One thing that we did touch on quite a bit and got pretty passionate about is gaming, and like, Sneeko fully believes that people that are gaming or watching sports are wasting their time. Completely valueless. Entertainment like that has...
That's interesting. So, like, the gaming I was expecting, but not the sports part. That's quite interesting. I never hear that. Like, you know, usually, like, the watching sports thing is kind of more on the opposite spectrum, not in the same category.
Well, he doesn't talk about it because it would isolate his base.
That's true.
No value whatsoever, and I kept trying to point out that there's nothing wrong with entertainment. Watching sports, watching movies, watching streams, playing games, all of that's fine in moderation. Sneeko only views it through one lens, which is excess, obsession, addiction, where all they do is watch sports, play games, do this and that, and of course it is very detrimental, and it is bad for overall health. I'm not going to bother showing clips from that because that one just really went in circles. I think there's a fundamental disagreement there where Sneeko believes anything that's entertainment-driven is just not worth it, and time can always be spent by doing anything else. But then he puts his content on a pedestal that's an exception to his rule where, no, this content that I make is the one that's valuable, everything else is worthless. This is the value. This, 4 hours, 5 hours of Rumble streaming is...
Oh, okay, I see what the whole, like, point in this whole thing is that he's just trying to, like, sell his content to, like, a bigger audience.
Right.
Like you said, just clout chasing and whatever, but it's like broader, like, to kind of, like, the whole, like, it's just kind of, like, what's the point? And it's like, we finally get to it where it's just like, this is where his train of thought is. It's like, he thinks his content is what he thinks it is. Like, he actually believes that it's worth something, he thinks people are learning from it, and that's, like, the whole, like, purpose of this whole internet beef is to try to sell his content to Charlie's, viewers to steal some of that, in hopes to gain more from it. Because he genuinely thinks that his content is what's going to be changing people's lives, when it's not. Well, it is. It certainly is. You find, like, your mom finds out you're watching Sneeko, it's not going to be good.
Whatever's going on over there, that's a good use of time, and all the other streams like gaming and all that's terrible. So that got really muddy and messy, and there wasn't really any way we met somewhere and like had a perspective that made sense to each other, because his stream is just as much guilty of being a waste of time by his definition as my stream playing a game. It's still a form of entertainment escapism, no matter how you spin it. I don't see how your message is somehow bolstered by spamming slurs, for example. Like during that stream with the gun. I couldn't listen to you because you kept saying slurs. How is that necessarily helping make people happy or positive in any way, shape, or form? What does that do to contribute to your overall goal? Because it's not humor, so it's seeking truth through funny. It's literally just spamming slurs because you were mad at me.
It is the reason that it's funny is because on a platform that has free speech and not bound by woke, you can't say certain words, you're racist or homophobic or transphobic, where you can say things even if you don't mean them because we're not trapped with work.
Why say something you don't? Why say something you don't mean though? What does that do? Wouldn't that go against your ideology?
That actually, oh my goodness, actually implied psychological damage to me. That hurt my head so bad. Like, holy shit. Like, Sneako is, like, I don't think I want to play Garfield Kart with him anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I genuinely think he would break me psychologically. Like, after hearing that, like, holy shit. I feel like, holy shit, I got, like, hit with, like, a psychological damage. It's like Future Sight. He used Future Sight at the beginning of the video.
Damage.
Oh my goodness.
Where you're like faking it?
That's not a word. A word doesn't encourage. A word doesn't encompass a whole belief system. A word can't be funny. The word is funny.
Whoa, bro. Whoa.
It's not.
Whoa, bro. Chill it. We're like, I'm on Twitch right now, bro. Whoa.
It's not. Those words are not funny.
Man.
Hurtful.
When have they been funny?
Hurtful.
What the fuck am I listening to?
The only time that something like that would be funny is like if you're in England and somebody was asking for a cigarette and you misunderstood. That's the only time it would be funny.
So, like, here's, like, what's really crazy is, like, this is the shit that iDubbbz was talking about regretting. Like, iDubbbz actively said he feels like he enabled people like this. This is what iDubbbz was talking about. This is what he had to get away from. He felt like he enabled people like Sneako to be doing the shit. This is, like, and people, like, ripping iDubbbz. It's like, no, this is a serious thing that iDubbbz, like, took seriously.
That was the funniest thing he said to the debate.
How is that? I don't.
You're laughing now, see?
Well, because it's an outrageous claim, like talking to a child. Like,
what?
This is the
first time we laughed this whole time. First time we laughed this whole time.
This is
a little word.
Yes, because it's such a silly defense of it. It's like
He's not laughing with you. He's laughing at you.
I'm so like.
His head is probably reeling from your statement.
It's a child who hears for the first time. It's like, "Woo, Daddy said fuck." Like, things started to go a little goofy mode here, a little wacko style. So, the slurs thing I've mentioned, I couldn't watch him on stream because he just kept saying the F slur. And my point here was, why? It doesn't really accomplish anything for his goals or anything like that. He's just spamming slurs, which makes it sound like he's just mad at me and trying to choose the worst words he can think of. Now, looking back on it, I do regret not pushing a bit more on this point because there was a lot I wanted to say on it, but I just got so blown away by his explanation of all of it that I totally forgot to expand. Because he really only says the F slur, homophobic slur. And he says it doesn't encompass a whole belief system. Okay, well then why is it only that slur? I don't think I've ever heard him start spamming the N-word, hard or anything like that. And he's very open about how much he appreciates the Islamic faith. I've never heard him use any slurs against Muslims or anything like that. So if you feel so strongly that words don't necessarily indicate your actual beliefs, then why aren't you using more slurs? Why don't you drop more racist slurs during your stream? Why is the only one you use the F slur? If this is really how you feel about those words, then why aren't you using all the other slurs? If they don't mean anything...
Yeah.
This is,
That's the self-defense.
Yeah.
It's where nothing is safe. Nothing is safe and nothing is sacred. And you could use that. That could be a method. It shows a belief system. It shows how strong you are in it. You're not hypocritical because everybody gets taken. Sneako has his own thing.
That's crazy, man. This is crazy.
And you feel comfortable with allowing you to use the F slur so goosey, why is it only one? Why not every slur? I'm just curious. There's a tier list of slurs for you. I would have liked to ask more on that, but I couldn't now.
I remember iDubbbz actually talking about, like, how there's no tier list for slurs. They're all bad. Like, they're either all bad or they're all free game. It's like, I think now, like, iDubbbz has, like, gotten to the point where it's just, like, I think he, like, still believes that, but he's just, like, now on the other side where it's like, I'd rather just not people, like, come up to me and scream slurs at me in public. Uh-oh. Hello?
Hey, we're still here.
Okay,
Alright,
okay.
I'm mentally clocking on. It's 2 a.m.
Alright. After this, I'll probably raid somebody.
Which it seems like you can recognize.
Do you believe that Drew and Tristan Tate are innocent?
And I don't know. They could be, and I said that from the start.
You don't have a belief on it?
Because I don't have the evidence. They've been charged twice with human trafficking, but none of it is
You didn't
public.
look at all the victims and their allegations and how everything was exposed. And how they had to make a Netflix movie out of this.
I've seen,
I think,
but then
see, if you cover this is something you want to
Holy
think about.
shit.
You don't take the time to go and get all the evidence that we
That's not true though. Because
why do you spend a narrative laughing at somebody's you can go and just look at a couple screenshots and see that's garbage. Putting people in jail.
Yeah, it is.
When I say the word faggot or I say a slur, it's just a funny word to say. There's no consequences for that. Nobody goes to jail falsely.
I have looked at the evidence from both sides. I don't just go to these tribes and just assume everything on my side is right and everything on that side is wrong. I take information from all angles in order to find where I really sit on this perspective on this situation. So, for the Tate brothers, being charged twice with human trafficking, while there is some shady shit from the victims, there is still real merit to some of the things that people are talking about, such as something you talked about as well, the taking of the passports from some of the women and getting there under the guy they would be able to date them. Those are very odd, very peculiar things. So it's not like it's just, oh, all of that's wrong and we have to disregard all of it because this is here. There is, on both sides here, evidence that makes it a very complicated case with why it's gone on for so long, right? It's not one where I know the answer. They could be innocent. They could. I do think it's weird they've now been charged twice. Like, there is some bad things there because it's not exactly anything to capture someone for. And there is things that you have talked about.
It's wrong that people can go to jail for 4 months without any evidence charges.
And even outside the States, I have said that in this country, where you can go to jail on suspicion of things without being charged. Problem. Yes, it's a problem.
Okay. I didn't see that video. I saw the video laughing about Pizza Box in jail. Did they make a video about that?
Yes, and I talked. Well, it's in that video where I say I don't know if he's guilty. I don't like if there's real victims here. Like, I would never celebrate someone being a human trafficker because there's victims. I wouldn't celebrate him being a human trafficker. That means there are real victims there. Even though I disagree with like his Hustlers University and a lot of the dumb shit he says, I wouldn't want him to be a human trafficker. That means there are real victims being in terrible situations. I did say that, and I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know if he's innocent. Nobody does right now, except for them and whatever's going on in Romania. The joking about a pizza box is things I make about anything that has craziness around it, like the Gwyneth Paltrow trial. There's so much silliness there that I talk about, but at the end of the day, I don't know who's innocent or guilty. I'm joking about the goofiness of things that have come up, right?
Alright, yeah, I gotta get going.
Now, he mentioned Andrew Tate, and this is another thing. Andrew Tate is very clearly an important figure in Sneako's life. And I made 2 videos covering Andrew Tate. One of them joking about Hustlers University and just a lot of things that he's done. The other when he got arrested. So, let's talk about that. I have always maintained that Andrew Tate is a very entertaining clown most of the time, but much like a lot of personalities, especially ones that sell courses, he has to sprinkle in very big with some of his fans. So he has things that he actually will say, especially in terms of women and their loneliness, and how workout is extremely beneficial to helping with mentality and just general mood and well-being. So he does say agreeable things that I've always said he has done a decent job with those topics. But on the whole, most of the things he says are just outrageous nonsense about, like, how he doesn't watch Star Wars, and that's why you see and has expensive cars, or why there's a lot of silliness there. And Hustlers University, I have always maintained, is completely exploitative of desperate men. I have books about Andrew Tate. I am not their big fan. Now, when I did cover the arrest, I did mention the pizza box theory. At the time, that was reported to multiple outlets as a very real possibility that led to his arrest.
It's gag gifts.
I did say it
links of
seems
gag
talking
gifts
about like the being
of
the
canned
speculative
roadkill.
now. But yes, I do understand that
Necro
was heavily
sending
disputed
me, I was
after
like,
the
what
fact,
the
a couple days. But I did talk about it and joke about the pizza box thing, which made Sneako in particular very upset, thinking that I was laughing at 2 men falsely imprisoned. Which I've never laughed about. I've laughed about the idea of Andrew Tate interest in Tate being thrown in jail because of pizza boxes. I've also laughed and made jokes about some of the tweets that Andrew has made while in jail, such as talking about practicing his dragon karate fist and break through every known metal on Earth, fucking Chatterston. And yeah, I joked about the tweet where he's talking about like ghosts that he's killed, making like a goddamn paranormal firing squad out there, keeping the halls of prison safe from ghouls and fear. And while I made jokes, the idea of a pizza box leading to prison time, it wasn't an actual core idea of 2 innocent men potentially being in jail that gave me a big hearty belly laugh or anything like that. It was the outrageous circumstances surrounding it. I don't know if they're guilty, as I said in the video. I don't know if they. I do find it weird that they've been with the same thing twice with multiple raids. But if there isn't, I don't want to see them in jail. The reasoning for them in jail was like a potential flight risk, like leaving the country. So I guess that was the explanation for it. But I have talked in the past about being imprisoned with no charges as being something I don't agree with, controversial take. So, at least that's Sneako. That I didn't actually believe, or in my opinion, do. Talking about the pizza box thing the day that it happened was outlandish. It wasn't until a couple of days later where that was more debunked and heavily scrutinized. But again, I still talked about it more of like a silly idea if this was the case. And the jokes I made about Andrew Tate were mainly about the response to Andrew Tate going to jail, like some of the unhinged tweets about how, well, if it's true, human trafficking is not really that big a deal anyway, it's still bullshit, that big charge, which is still an easy thing to say. the thing
This
was never
really
really
is.
about whether he truly lived here, because I don't know. I still don't know. Nobody still knows. It's still an investigation. So we did talk about that. He did see where I was coming from. I'm appreciative that he was willing to hear my explanation for where I stand, all of that. And I do think we came to understand each other's perspective. Getting towards the end of our comment, we started talking once again about one of the things that I really tried to drive home and hope to have some kind of breakthrough on the way that he receives jokes and insults, like, and try and find what his line was. Because a lot of things hit pieces, like Willie Mack breaking down like a lot of his most baffling or like really big L's. Willie Mack will point them out and make jokes about it. That's not catching me, so it is. And I kept trying to get to some of that, and we can have more discussion, but I don't think we ever really reached a ground where I agreed with him on the definition of what canceling is versus what joking is. But Meat Canyon, he mentioned he had no problem with it, had a good summer, but I found him to be enjoyable. Like, that, but then why did that same thing extend to someone who also still makes joke about it like Willie Mack did? When I really just feel the same thing. There is deplatforming, advocating for deplatforming, and then there's someone. And I hadn't seen a ton of people advocating for Sneako to be deplatformed, aside from a couple of very rare instances of that. The rest I see as people just dunking on him, the same way that he does people he doesn't like. So we did just keep going in circles around that for like another 20 minutes, so I don't really think there's any reason to show too much of that. I'd like to get to our closing statement. Something crazy happened at the very end.
Look at the way that people are telling the truth. They get painted as these like incel version loser massages. They've tried to box you in and said the truth about you because I think they don't like what you're talking about. But I would like to have another conversation with you here. I like you have a good message about how people should be happy. I like that you're advocating for the gym and you're playing basketball and people together. I think those are all the good things. I do think they're funny. I can't deny about that. Like it's a little monotone, but you're funny guy.
I do appreciate the conversation. After our conversation, there really wasn't a ton of hostility left. I feel like Sneako built me up very differently in his head to paint me a villain in his own mind, and in reality, I just didn't match that description. Now, for me, I did know a lot about Sneako, but after talking to him, like a large part of that persona that he's putting on, the way he conducted himself in this conversation, I was actually really surprised with. He was much more calm. Like, he's still very passionate. Clearly, he's not having a fucking conniption and a meltdown like I've seen him do so many times in the past. So I do feel like it was a productive conversation, and there are just things that I always disagree with him on. I'm not seeing eye to eye with a lot of the things he talks about, and that's just the reality of it. And it's that way with a lot of people. Like I said, I don't eye to eye on everything, but there are very big agreements between us in terms of things that we feel and things that we believe. And after talking to him, it really seems like he himself got lost in his own sauce, and he did talk about like trying to change his approach to things to deliver a more positive message. And that makes me pretty interested to see where he takes that. Like, truly does have a positive message he wants to spread. He did think he hadn't doing a super effective job of it as of the time of this conversation. He had to work on ways of rectifying it. I'm curious to see how he goes about it, and if he was being genuine. So the conversation, I do think, was a pretty fascinating and important one to have. And one thing that happened that I still can't believe is real is during the conversation, people came to him to talk to him, and me as well, during this.
It's from a place of cold and jealousy because there's people who are living a lifestyle opposite of them. Instead of admitting that there's a different path or taking a good point, they bring down their character. That's the common thing I see with these people. So the intentions that I see in these people and the collage, they're not pure, they're not good. It's jealousy and it's hate.
And again, there's still something they could say about you as well. That's just one of the things
and that's fair, and that's why you made me realize this whole hate against Sneako in 3 weeks. And I'm going to repurpose my message. I'm not going to... What up, man? You know Moist Cradle? Hey, so someone now. What's that? Yeah.
Hey.
I follow you on Twitter. That's all you say.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, we saw him. What did you make video?
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, what's up, man?
How's it going?
Hey, Charlie, what's up, man?
Fine.
That's great.
Funny. I think it's a way to end it on. Hope we can talk again in the future. I don't think we should have beef. And yeah, you did. I want to thank for the whole Sneako hate gig because it's like, you know what? Maybe I am guilty of doing the same thing I am mad about, and I do attribute a lot of being canceled and a lot about that. But
Is he growing?
And not
Is he evolving?
behavior that I criticize. You're right about that.
Is
So
he
I'm
evolving?
I'm not going to anymore. I think that's the guy should come back to me.
Well, I actually really appreciate the foundation, man. It's nice to hear like a more human side outside of like, you know, what I see on Twitter or Rumble. I actually do think we have very valuable conversations. I really appreciate you taking time to have a call with me about it.
Mags.
Yeah, from now on, if you're gonna be talking about guns, get the terminology right. You very much did me that one.
Alright, that was an unexpected chain of events.
And it ended.
Let's see how it lasts. Alright, we're going to raid somebody so that we can allow people to slumber. Alright, chat. Have a good night.
White.
I'm gonna raid Anya Banana.
I don't know who that is.
They are a VTuber that I apparently share a viewer or two with. They're a funny YouTuber.
Lewd.
Yeah.